tea is a nice warm level.
Mama bear! Mama bear! Mama bear! Oh, she's enough!
I love you. I love you.
Chicken, Peter, you just a little chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
Chip, 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 chip. Good morning. Hello. Hello, beautiful people. Are you ready for some Elden Ring? Are you ready for some Elden Ring? I'm ready for some Elden Ring. Hang on. 1 second. Okay. Let's go here. I put a little bit of lo-fi in the background for y'all. Good morning, Kilters. Right, let me scroll on up to the beginning of time. Cows, GD's up first, but Purple Princess, how are you doing? I feel like you do really well at Get First. I might be wrong, but I feel like you've consistently got the most. I don't know. Cupid GG's on second. It feels weird seeing you have 2 tea leaves. Yay, yay. How is Cupid today, you little cutie? And Sladykins? I'm happy to have you here, back with the Elden Ring. Other people have had to help me, Slade. I've been like, guys, I need help. How is Slade today? Hello, hi, Cupid. Hi. And chicken, hi chicken. How is chicken today? Mama, yeah, I did it literally this morning, and I was like browsing your clips, and I found that one, and I seen Rose had clipped it, and I was like, this is actually hilarious. I was like, I like this one. Hello, big drop. How's every little thing? How's every little thing with you? Slade, thank you for the 40 streak. The Elden Ring, Thank you. Wow. 40 is a big number. Thank you so much. Elden Rings, yeah. We're gonna get back to it. I also have being delivered today the Elden Ring DLC art book that I was very eagerly waiting for, and then I hadn't been paid, so then when it was released last month it was already out of stock, but I managed to find it for like normal price on a different website, so I didn't have to buy it off like eBay or something. You know, when you have to buy it like not secondhand like it's new, but for much more money. Like the first two, that's what I had to do, because obviously they came out like years ago. I had to pay more than I should have, but yeah, it's coming today, so it should come during stream, so then when it comes we can have a little look at it. Not too much, because obviously I haven't seen much of the DLC, but we got it. Where you going, Moo? Thank you for the community love, keep it, and thank you for the bod love. I'm only a canned tea person, and only a few flavors are good. What is a canned tea? But I feel like, what was your flavor? I feel like it was Yorkshire tea. It was Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea is the best tea, chicken. It is the best tea. It's literally the tea I'm drinking now, and the only tea that I drink. So you just got like the ultimate tea flavor. Good. I feel like you are saying, I asked how you were and you said you were good. I'm guessing that's what good means. Sometimes one word answers, I don't know what the one word answer is to by the time I get to it. Thank you for the community love, Slade, and the self-love as well. Chip, 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 chip. Hi, Cupid. So ready. I'm so ready too. Kels, thank you for the 7 streak, cutie. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, I didn't do it. Chicken, thank you for the 5 streak. Guys, put your clothes on. Why are you streaking? Come on. It's like 11 in the morning. It's too early. Sorry, Moo is like intensely staring at one of my monitors, and I think it's because the lo-fi. I use chill hop, and it's like a raccoon, and its tail kind of goes like that, and I think Moo is staring at it. Hello. Doing lovely. I'm so glad to hear you doing lovely, Cupid. Who is this fine babe? I'm broke now. It's okay. I'm sure you'll get them back up. I feel like you consistently are like first, second, or third, so you get more that way as well. Today's a holiday. Nice. A nice relaxing day to watch me rage at Elden Ring. Cupid, thank you for the 30 streak. Oh my god, guys. It's like you like being here or something. That's so crazy. What do you mean? Thank you, cutie. I got it a few times, and then all that one time you did, you were just like, what if I kind of just did this? And then it did. But you know, if no one takes it, why not me? What do you think is going on here, sir? You can't just jump over here where the tea is. Yes, walk around, my love. Rawr, demon! No, that's not demon sound anymore. Demon sound is dinosaur. Rose, how you doing, Rose? There's been a lot of sounds added at once, okay? So we'll get used to it. But how is Rose today? Can you get down? Thank you. I'm here, don't you worry. I needed you. I needed you, Slade. Where were you? I'm chickening today. Just found my way off work. Nice. You can have a chill day as well then. I've been incredible. Just finished my clinical exam and I ate it up. It went really well. That just like went so loud all of a sudden. Like, bruh, come on. Calm down. Thank you so much, cutie. B-Drop is cooking and cleaning as he should. As he should. I'm on his couch as you should be. Royalty. I hope you have a nice time together though. What are you guys gonna do? Anything in particular? Hell yeah. The DLC from Elden Ring was one of the better DLCs DLCs I've played with how much content it give. I feel like you followed me last week, Chicken, so I don't think you've been here for Elden Ring stream yet, have you? I didn't know you played it. How many times, or have you played any of the other Souls games? Because this is my first Souls games. My first Souls game, and it's my first playthrough. Our big excitement, you know, I'm so excited. Like brisket risotto, peace tea in a can. I've just never heard of this. This is crazy. I've missed seeing you play Elden Ring. Oh. That's crazy. I don't know what you've missed. It says on the 18th of February, I defeated Shardbear and Morgott. Hi, Crazy. Welcome in. How you doing? And it said I also defeated Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. I don't know if you were there for that or not, but apparently that's the last kind of significant thing I've done in my achievements. Hi, Rose. How is Rose today? How are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm excited to get into Elden Ring. I feel like we're progressing and stuff, so I'm excited to get further into it. Hi, Saves. I hope you're doing well, cutie. Bum 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 bum. I'm quite well, chilling for a bit, working on a car. Ooh, what are you doing to the car? But I'm glad to hear you're well as well, Rose. How is your mumsy doing? Is it still going good? Gonna refresh the hair and play Pokemon. Oh, a hair refresh. Yes, yes. Good, good. I see you. And play Pokemon. Are you playing red or green? Which one are you playing? I feel like I've seen... Oh, Ringtail redeemed the tea leaf. I don't think Ringtail said anything yet. But hi, Ringtail. I hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, Crazy. That makes me happy to hear. I haven't seen you play it. I didn't get far in Dark Souls 1 or 3. I played some Lies of P and some other Souls. Like, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, we've been playing it since November. I mean, we usually do it twice a week. But obviously, last week was Next Fest. So, yeah. But, I've got like 100 hours in the save, but when people see where I'm at in the story, they're like, "Oh, you're not super far considering your level." I'm like, "Yeah, no." I've just been exploring a lot. Hey, Pikachu, yes, here lurking is for you. Thank you, Yemen. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Where'd I get to? Sekiro I started and got to the second area and stopped playing. Bloodborne was also hard, never got... Oh, I see. I've heard amazing things about Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3. Also, Lies of P and Sekiro I've heard very good things about. So you played Elden Ring then? Obviously to get to the DLC, I'm guessing. What did you think of Elden Ring? Thank you for doing the shoddy, Slade. Mainly checking whether everything is in order after standing for a while. Mum is okay today. Went into town with her, so walking is fine by now. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, nice. Yeah. Makes me happy to hear. Exploring. Lots of exploring has been done. Rose, thank you for the 25 streak. Oh my god, guys. There's so many streaks today. Thank you all so much. Thank you, cuties. Elden Ring was great. I'm glad to hear. I've been really enjoying it. Like, because I've never played any of them, like any Souls game. And I know they're notoriously difficult, which is why I wanted to play it. But when I started playing it, I felt a little defeated. And I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. But we've got through it. It's a good place to start. And that's what I've heard. I am very interested in playing others. But, Yes. Except I don't know what we'll play after this. The top of my mind for the game we're gonna play after this is gonna be Hades. I feel that is the game that just is there that I'm like, I really, really, really want to play it. It's like topping the list. I don't think it's too long either, so I feel like it would be a good game to play next, which isn't too long. Like maybe we'll play like a few games which aren't too long, which would maybe like, because obviously I stream usually like 5 to 6 hours. So if you're playing a game which is about like 20 hours, you could probably 23 hours, probably like maybe 2-3 weeks, which I think would be a nice little break to kind of smash out a few games before leading into like a much longer one, like either Resident Evil or a different Souls game, things like that. Baker's doing the message Slade. Well, you're probably better than I was. I don't know. You can watch and judge yourself, because obviously I don't know how you played. I think I do okay. I think I do okay. Depending on where you're watching me. But you got it. I've not played for like 2 weeks, so don't like heavily judge me, okay? But thank you, Slade. Yes. Now, Tia, I have an important question. Would you rather pee-pee or poo-poo? If it was right now on stream, probably pee-pee, because that would smell less. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, it's just Hades. It's like a game I have really wanted to play. I know it's like one of BeatDrop's favorite, and I want to know why. I want to understand the hype of like the game that so many people have hyped around it. And I've thought about so many times playing it, but then I'm like, I don't want to play it at my own time, because I feel like this would be a great game to experience on stream. So I feel that's probably what we're going to play next. It's just the one that it's just sitting there. I'm intrigued. Very intrigued. Maybe after that one, we'd then maybe go straight into Hades 2. I don't know. Hard to say. Can't even say I'm going to like it, but I'm going to be honest, there isn't many games that I don't like. I'm very kind of open-minded. I only beat it because I had a max level person. Are we on about Elden Ring, chicken? PP for the win? Yeah. Hades is a good one. I've heard amazing things. I'm so curious to see where you are in Elden Ring. Also, I'd love to see you play Hades. I really want to play it. I do. I really, really do. Let's go to the gaming then. Turn that off. I'm in the sewers. That I do know. Game capture. There we go. We are here. I feel like I'm sat quite far this way. Alright, I think we're ready to get going. Ooh, yes, I'm trying to... The guy at the round hole table or something said I had to go to the sewers, because he was in the sewers. The sewers, I know, Cupid. And... yeah. Is there not Grace in the sewers? I feel like... no. No. I can't remember how to get... Is it the Avenue balcony? Which one is it? There's supposed to be one that you touch. I thought there was. I'm confused. Wait. Yes, this is the sewers, right? Yes, yes. No, we are in the sewers. We are. This is the sewers. We are in the sewers, I believe. You're there? Yeah. Are you in the sewers? Yes. There's a lobster out there, I think. I believe. And they kept killing me. Yeah, we are. But they keep both killing me and being very inconvenient. Oh. It's when they both come at the same time, it doesn't bloody help. That was so much easier than last time. You don't know how many times I died to these things. Ah, they were so annoying. Because they kept, like, ganging up on me. Oh, hello. Oh. Wow. Some good lobster right now. Yeah, we got to feed Cupid. We got to keep... See, look, he's coming for me now. I don't know if he's seen me. Oh. Shit. Oh. I wanted to heal. I hate them so much. Think I know where you are? The sewers. That's quite impressive, the area. It is tricky. It is tricky. They're really annoying. And then you have the imps upstairs. It's been a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. Exactly. My fave build is a big bonk hammer. Cupid has been streaming Elden Ring. It's doing a pure bonk run and no armor. It's a challenge run. So a bonk run, no armor, and it's very interesting. Wait. I don't think that's quite right, Slade. And why did it do me? Is it because it didn't register anyone? But yeah, I don't think like a big strength build is for me. We've like, I don't know, we played around with it in the beginning and I really felt Dex was my kind of situation. Barry, thank you for the community love. Can you try it again, Slade? Because I want to make sure it works because it's doing me. So I'm like, is it broken or is it not? Toxic tea. Okay, it's working, thank you. How you doing, Barry? The goldfish can beat this. Yeah, I heard about that. Did one of you guys tell me about that? I'm not sure, actually. Someone told me about it. Ooh. It's the spitting thing that's annoying. Oh my god. There we go. Ooh! I'm so dead. Yeah. Oh, I hate this area. I hate that they're so annoying. I hate them! Ugh! It's my bad. I'm texting through phone. It's all good.
You're drunk.
Hi, Billy, sweetie. How you doing? They aren't saying they really are. They're just like, stop, stop, spit. Let me spit at you. It's like, fuck off. So annoying. Oh. Oh my god. No! Wow. So annoying. I hate them. With a passion. With a passionate passion. I hate them. How is Billy today? So why are you in the capital sewers? What's the context? I've said the person in the round table hold said their body is down here and I need to find them. But also because the person in the mountains said I need to decide whether I want to sacrifice her or I can find something that enables me to turn myself into kindling and be a sacrifice myself. So I need to decide what way I want to go. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, something to do with the round table hold guy with the thing on his head. Sometimes it's so fucking easy, and sometimes it's so difficult. I lost so many runes down here. Hi Will, welcome in. How is Will today? Yeah. I don't think there's anything else down here. I think I do know where I need to go though. But I wasn't able to explore down here because they were too busy shooting stuff at me. But no, I don't think there's anything else down here. It's just that one door that I've been through. Is that a lobster or a shrimp or a crawfish? Maybe it's all of the above. Maybe it's a mutation of all. Yes, exactly, Billy. Just yes to all. He would make for one hell of a meal. It could literally feed all of us right now, I think. Hi Dabba, welcome in. How you doing? I'm good, how are you T? I'm glad to hear that, Will. I'm also good. I feel like it's been way too long since I've kind of sunk myself into some Elden Ring, so I'm excited to progress. Yeah, I feel like we've been here. But I'm like, how do I get back up there? Is it that? Let's try that. Underground. I feel like that would make sense. Maybe. I know, this is where I've... Wait. Yes, this is exactly where I wanted to be. Thank you. I cannot open from this side. Okay, well, I don't know how to open that. Because I think there's a grace in there. Oh, you fucking dickhead, mate. That's enough. I think I need to go down here. I'm gonna kill this guy so he doesn't follow me.
Now would you tea if you and I when they rang the elders?
Huh? What? I don't know. I can't focus on what you said. This guy's... Oh my god! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. They have me fucking backed in a corner, man. Now would you tea if you and I... Wait. When they rang the Eldens. I feel like this is a riddle. It's the hardest enemy in Elden Ring, not gonna lie. The lobster things, they're so annoying. Because it's like smack, spit, fuck, and it's like stab, and it's like, oh, you're driving me nuts. I might just run down there, fuck it. I just ate, it was super effective, meaning I opened it all. Popeye's pretty good. Oh, I'm glad to hear good, Billy. The area is very confused. This could be tricky to get navigate this area. I've been around a lot of this area, actually. That's why most of it is open. Like, that's open. I want to go down there, and I know I do. So we're just going to fucking run for it, man. Maybe not get spotted. Oh, that's nice. Alright, you are the reason I died. No shits. Oh, we got some more of them. We did that boss though. We did that that boss with the Scarlet Rot and what's not. Rats. Yeah, rats indeed. Rats make me crazy. In this game, they're so annoying. They're so unnecessary. Because they just kept going, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. When he was like smacking, it was not good. Lobster 360 no skip across the back. Dabba, thank you for the 5 streak. Thank you. The sniper lobster. Yeah, they are. They literally do the 360 no scope across the map. Run for it. It is shit. But I need to go down here. I think he's down here. Nafrusi, hi cutie. How you doing? How is Nafrusi today? Oh, you little fucking shitbag. Let me fucking... Oh, there's one behind me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. To rats. To fucking rats. Okay. Oh, hello. I don't know if I want to go that way. Not sure which way I want to go. Not sure which way I have to go. But I'm pretty sure he's down here. I'm EP. Did you not get... oh, good sleeps. Sorry. Is there anything down there? Do I want to... Where do I want to go? This place is gross. Oh, shit. Fuck off. Fuck off. Why am I down here? Oh, no. Mistakes were made. It's dark. Ah! No! I'm so dead. Why are we down here? I hate this area. I hate this area so much. Right, let me look where I was. Good day. Hi, Sir Meow. How is Sir Meow today? I discovered a new game and I think you'd like it, but it's a demo. Yeah, tell me what it is. A rat dropped a rune arc. Hell yeah. I don't really pay attention to where you get rune arcs. Definitely not there. They definitely weren't there. I guess I need to make sure I don't fall down those holes because I don't want to be down there. We need the name. I just didn't want to be down there, Dabba. It was like, for fuck's sake. I knew what those bell ringing things meant and I was like, oh my god, not today. But it's odd fauna. Oh, let me look at it. I feel like I might have heard of that. Odd fauna. Oh, this looks adorable. Secret of the Terror Beast. Oh, it looks so cute. Let me show you guys. Videos. Look how cute this is. Explore, make friends, and grow your own Terror Beast. Craft, farm, and forge against across a whimsical land with new friends in this sandbox adventure. The colors are so nice as well. Oh, the font is what. It's little things like that I like in a game. The font is very cutesy, consistent. Add it to the wish list. You're right, Nefra. I would love to see this coming soon to early access. Interesting. So what's it meant to be? Exploration, creature collection, sandbox. I'm intrigued. The little cute icons as well. Oh. I wonder if this is customizable or if this is what you always look like. That's an interesting thought. Is it like mine made of pine cones? Clonk. Oh, look at his stuff. Oh, the fire! No, stop. Look at that fire. Look at that. Here, look at the fire. Wow, look at that. That's nice. I'm gonna gem it. Look at those slimes. I love the fire. The fire looks so cool. It's not just like genetic fire. Did it smell? What? Its house is on that? That's really cute. Yeah, I do like it, Nafra. Thank you. Beef money! Welcome in, how you doing? We are down for the loot. Lock it into. We need the loot. The loot? Like from those... No. I'm gonna try and find this guy. I'm not going down there. Maybe once I found the guy. Oh, the demo is still out. Nice. That's exciting. Right, turn that off. Downloads. I see we need the loot button. I see it may just be a mushroom, but we need to know. Are you on about the things down there, Dabba? Is that what is giving the loot? Is that what you mean? It's really adorable. It's so cute. It's so fucking adorable. Thank you for telling me. This is actually really cute. It looks so cute. Adorable. I learned they sculpted the figures and 3D scanned them for the game. What? Where did you learn that? I love that kind of information. I'm buying this game ASAP. Hi, Pingu. How you doing? Lovely. Wild berry hibiscus. The art style, so cute. Just the fire. I don't know. Like, it's the little things for me. I'll be leaving a bit early today to get ready to go out with my friends. Hope you're having an incredible rest of your day and stream. Thank you, Cupid. I appreciate it. I hope you have a really great time. Oh, loves you. You'll be missed, but have a lovely time. YouTube's good for that. Absolute gem of a find. It's adorable. That's a strange looking slug. I must spoil this game. There's part of this game where you do stuff in the game. Pengu, why have you done that? Yeah, thank you, Nefra. I think other people thank you as well. Okay, we're gonna just run down there again. We're not going to hopefully fall down any of those areas. And hopefully... Shit. Wow! Wow! As I was fucking jumping, it literally attacked me and stopped me. That's fucking annoying. One came out of this box, I swear. Yeah, fucking knew it, mate. Jump hits just one easier. Okay, I don't know if we want to go left or we want to go right. Like, would it just be easier to go this way first? Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. Rats, fucking rats, I know. Rats are amazing. Have you ever played this, Pengu? I just don't want to fall down a hole again. No, it's just not your kind of game. Or you just haven't had a... Fuck's sake, I fell down a hole again. I don't want to be down here. It's too expensive. That is true. It is expensive, I'll give you that. Oh my god, it just fucking lunged at me. Oh, we got a key. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Oh yeah, got modded in a stream today. This one for real in comparison to the others, and now I'm what do? Oh. What did you do? Or was it like unintentional? QT, when making surprise attacks, you are not meant to surprise yourself. I don't know if you've learned this by now, but even the most simplest things scare me and jump scare me. My PC can't even run it, that's fair. Is it something you'd ever be interested in to play? The values that, oh yeah, 100%, like the replayability of the game is insane, you know? Like I've played this save. I have 96 hours in it, so by the end of stream it's going to be over 100 hours. And this is just my first playthrough. Shortcut? Maybe, I don't know. Ugh, disgusting. Okay, well, it's nothing that way. I feel really grossed out. Like, they're kind of, like, you know. Get out the, oh my god. Ah. I was stuck then. I thought I was a goner. I don't like how dark it... How do I get over there? Do I just jump? What do I do? I don't think I can walk. I think I gotta jump. It almost fucking got me then. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'd be able to play it for 10 hours easy, but after that I may get bored. Fair enough. I mean, I'd say it's a very addictive game. I'm lost. There's something there. Should we get out? Okay. Good jump, thank you. I was like, oh. Oh no, got asked and thought I would give it a go. Oh, like to be a mod is what you mean, Rose. Oh, how did that go? What do you do now? I get you. I'll be able to, wait, I read that. I don't know. This area is very confusing, no idea. Yeah, literally. I need a map. Have I found? I found a fucking annoying ass guy. Okay. Ah, shit.
Oh! Can you dial? Do something!
Gonna die. Gonna die. Gonna die. Hi, buddy. Welcome in. Sorry. I'm trying not to die. Panic. How you doing, buddy? Fuck off. Oh, I see. We're fucking at the beginning. I think, because that's where 3 of these guys are. Fucking hell. That was stressful. I feel stressed. Yeah, I think we're at the beginning. No? Let me see. When I get some income, I'll be saving for a PC with blah 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 random good AMD CPU, but that's me picking without, yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely, if you're able to, it's worth it. Oh! No, okay, I'm in a different one. Okay, cool. 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 So this maybe go to the Grace? Sounds maybe like, I'm not sure. I mean, I can open this. I don't know where this goes. Okay, open it. Oh my god, bitch! Oh my god, bitch! Pretty chill since nothing much happened anyway. It remains to see once something actually does. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like stuff always happens. You have to mod. But also mod is just kind of being there and shout out. I don't know. It's different for every streamer. Well done, bitch. What did I do? Fuck off. Why do I have 9.6 channel points? Because I'm guessing you've accumulated them over time. That's how it tends to work. Is that all that's here? Okay, I thought we were going on a journey, but guess not. Alright. Guess not them. That's a nice plan, Piggy. May recommend Rising 7 and then have very well with the spoil me by keeping on. Spend it wisely, yeah. I don't know if that was wise to do, but I've done it now. Okay. In this area, it's not nice, Jim. What do you mean? This area is the literal definition of suffering, I feel. But you were a goner? You have no faith in me. What was that we just picked up? Giuseppe. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm a lyric and get clean up car. All good, Rose. I appreciate you. Thank you for the lyric, and I hope it goes well. I don't know where we're going. I don't know where this guy is. I feel a bit lost. I don't know if we've gone the wrong way. Alright, get the fuck out of here. Fucking. Alright, that's unnecessary. Oh my god. Can you stop? It's like shaking dandruff at me or something. I'm confused. Why is there so many different ways to go? Where is this guy? Where is the guy? Where is he? I'm so confused. Alright, stop. You're annoying. I have the most faith in you. Thank you, Billy. I have the most faith in you. On you beside you. Where is the guy? Oh, wait, does this lead to... Okay, I feel like that looks like... Yeah. That looks like, yeah. Where is the guy? Enable GPS. I wish I could. Oh, fuck off these guys. I swear there's just every worst thing down here. Every worst thing is down here possible. It still being there is very confusing. Oh, fuck off. What do you mean? I'm stuck. What do you mean it doesn't open from this side? When you're away for your Chinese takeaways or whatever, where is the game? Yeah, literally. It's also going to be me tomorrow when my Switch game is coming. That we're going to play on Friday. Where is the guy? we've discovered another area. Still see no guy. A surprising lack of grace as well. Oh, what was that? Let's have a look. Oh, that's the map. Oh, okay, so reusable. Golden centipede. Some white cured met. Where is the guy? Switch game. What game is this? By BB? Is it? Yeah, the Pokopia. I can't remember how to say it. I need to look it up. But yeah, that's what we're gonna play Friday. So it should be coming tomorrow. Because I want the physical copy. And yeah. Oh. How does one get up there? But yeah, I'm really excited to play it. You obviously have to get on that. But how would you get on there? Wait, let me see if there's something down there a sec. Very good. Yeah, I'm excited. Is there a ladder here or no? No, okay. So you must get to it from a different way. Like maybe up there or something. Okay. But yeah, I'm really excited. That's what we'll be playing Friday. And I'm not gonna start it until Friday. I'm just gonna download it. I'm not gonna open it at all. So we'll be starting it first time Friday. Ooh, is this gonna be that opens the grace? Oh, like right up here. Oh, fuck off. Why are we up here? Is this gonna be the door to the grace? That looks like grace through the little gap. Yes! We found grace! Oh wait, no. We had the grace open already. Wow. We should probably rest. Ordering my new desk next week. Oh, ooh, I know you've been on about for a while, but you're at that stage you can get it now. Maybe I have to use... Yeah, no, we have been using the pipes. That's why seeing the pipes, I'm like, oh, fuck off. Because, that's how I got down at the bottom. We were like... I don't know where we came out. But, yeah, I've been on the pipes. Maybe through there, actually. So, but I knew there was higher pipes, but I wasn't sure how you got onto them. Oh, you're so annoying. Literally pissed off. Now I'm on fire. Why did God ever create you? Yeah, down there. We've been down there and we've been in there. So we've done a bit of pipe riding, but it's annoying. Right, you said Grace. I need to start. Yeah. Have you started the plat run? Or is it all just a plat run, Jim? Your bitch is saved up and ready to go? Nice. I'm excited for you. Nice. Might even just custom build the PC by the time I have the money instead of pre-built, but I was a water loop because it gets hot right up. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll decide when it comes to it. That's probably wise because it, like, so many different things could be out by then. I'm excited if you get to do that, definitely. This guy wants to have a fucking go, mate. So annoying. Oh, there's nothing up here, fuck's sake. That means I have to go a direction. I'm guessing. See, I don't know how you'd get there. Like that one. Maybe you come out there? Like, where do we want to go? Mate, you fucking pussy. I don't know where we'd want to go. Like... Because we've been down there. We've done that area, I'm pretty sure. That looks like... Yeah. How would you get there? Do you just jump? Mate, you're getting on my last goddamn nerve. Like, if we went down on that one... How do you get on that one? For me, get my laptop July, maybe even later. That, it will come around fast though. I believe you can do it, Slade. You'll do it. Pretty much since the day I finished it, normally I have been a plat run, but I need more energy. Are you not getting enough sleep? But a custom noob sounds so sick to me, but in truth depends whether I come up with the choice by then. Yeah, I get quiet now, prob. It's all good, it's all good. Yeah, like, how would you get up there? I don't think you could jump from up here, could you? I mean, maybe you could from here. Should we just try? No. That was not it. Have you heard about Sky One show called the I've seen it, like not watched it, but I've seen like a picture of it on Sky. It's about Danny. Yeah, no. Buying caravan, bring back the British holiday. Oh, I see. That's interesting. It's so good. I like Danny Dyer. He's nice. Guess he's just down there now. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we get over there. There's my runes. Let me snooze the ads a sec. Hey, this tourist only did it once, 100% the game in Steam. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. It fucking sucks. But I'm like, how do you get... Unless that... Does that go up there? Maybe it does, actually. Maybe we should just drop down there. Guess we'll try it. Just run up here. So we're not fucking on... the ledge. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Oh fuck, man. He had no fucking chill. He had no fucking chill. He just came at me. Did you see that? The fuck? Oh, okay, this is... Yes, okay. Ah, there we go. Ladder there. Right. Okay. So, what's in here? Have we been in here? Oh, we saw that? Wait, we saw what? Sorry. I fell when he did that. I remember. Oh, about him being... He was so aggressive. That was so unnecessary. I'm so confused. There's way too many directions to go. Interesting, there's no release date on Desplat yet. Are we expecting it to be a summer release? I don't know. I feel like winter would be cool. Could be like an autumn-winter thing. I need a map. I really do. I am getting so confused. Elden Ring, yeah. Hi, Zetsu. How you doing? We're just being very lost right now. Very lost in the sewers. The Explorer. Make sure I'm not gonna die. Hi, Raiders. Dora, 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 the Explorer. Hi, Rocco Melon. Hi, Rocco Melon. How you doing? What were you streaming? Resident Evil 2. How was that? Is it your first time playing, or nah? I actually didn't know you streamed. Hi Zetso. How is Zetso today? But thank you for the raid. I am T. This is me. We are currently playing our first playthrough of Elden Ring. And we're in the sewers and it's miserable and I don't know where I am and I'm very lost and I need my bubby. Resident Evil 2, 98 or remake? Yes, these are the important questions. This area is awful, don't worry. It is. I'm just trying to find the guy. Where's the guy? Where is the guy? I need to find the guy. 1 second, I think Nayla's just... Is Nayla not started? Dora, Dora, Dora. Yes, Nayla has started. There we go. Dora the Explorer. See me, Nora. Right, let's have Nayla sit open. There we go. Right, back to here. Where did I get to? I played before, like 6 years ago, but with the new one dropping, I'm excited to do a refresh, but I'm loving it. So you go in like from 1 to 9. Have you played the new one, or are you trying to replay them all for the new release? I always play the original anymore. That's fair. That's fair. If you haven't got access to like the retro consoles, that makes a lot of sense. I hate these sewers. Yeah, well, I did not know so many people hated these sewers until today, and I'm like, why am I here? But hopefully we'll get through it because I don't like... We did a bit of it last Elden Ring stream, so... I don't know. Hopefully it won't take too long because I just want to progress further. But if you need to... raid and run or lurk, whatever you need to do, I imagine it's very late for you. It's probably like 11 p.m. So if you need to kind of do some self-care, look after yourself, do whatever you need to do. Self-care is important. My boss kind of forgot to give me work for the past few days, so I've been doing very well. Oh yeah, you can't complain about that, can you? It sounds like a chill time. Ads? No, not ads yet. Everyone hates the sewers. Yeah, no. Well, this is brand new information. I will check that out because I really want to replay Free OG because I dislike the remake and haven't played in years. Wait, what did Jim say? Oh, GOG, they have controller support and updates. What is GOG, Jim? What is that? What is that? But yeah, so that's where we're at, and I'm kind of in a labyrinth situation right now. Trying to find the guy. We're just trying to find the guy, you know? But we can't find the guy. Have we been in there? I don't feel like we can come out of here now. No, we've been in there, I swear. Let's not do that. The sewers are full of shit and goblins. In real life, we're in Elden Ring. I just keep getting really lost. There's so many different directions. And I'm just trying to find the guy. Where is the guy? might have to follow a walkthrough at this rate because it's just confusing. Both. Oh. Have you seen the guy? Hello? Hello? Anybody? Have you found the guy? Ugh. GOG is like another client to play games on, similar to C, mostly fixated on retro games, which supports... Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that existed. I just thought you'd have to do... for console. I want to do Resident Evils again, but my PC broke a few months back. So we're stuck on Xbox till I get a new one. So I've only got 2 and 3 remake and 7, 8. Oh, I see. Then I'll do the... Yeah, that makes sense. I get you. Which guy? The guy from the round table. He said to find him in the sewer. Like his body or something. Or he was going to kill me. Oh my god. The guy. I've replayed this game fully through like 8 times and I got lost here so often. I have words for this. Yeah, I've heard not many people are impressed. But hello. What? I don't like it down here. It's just creepy as shit as well. Dung eater. Yeah, I think so. The loathsome dung eater. Do not leave your dung around that guy. I don't like it here. I hate it. I hate it here. That guy is broken. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be the reason why. Man. I don't want to be here anymore. I feel like I've overcomplicated this. To live some dung eater. Yes. Now I'm lost. I am lost. I feel like he's just meant to be down there. Because, like, 2 weeks ago when I got lost, I was like, well, where is he? And it showed me down here. And I didn't look any further than that. Just that he was down here. Rats. Annoying as shit. Yeah, he was down here. That's what I do know. Which direction after that, I don't. We've not been this way, but I feel like this connects. Oh, poison. I'm poisoned. Ugh. What? I'm poisoned now. What are they gonna do? Yeah, I feel like this connects back to... stairs or something. Oh, the little ones, okay. Oh, I forgot you did that. Fucking hell. I hate this area so much. The loathsome donkey. Oh my god, that video was so silly. Right, we might have to pause here a second because we have ads coming up. So I might stay here a sec where it's safe and run ads. I feel like I spent more time down here trying to figure out where everything is than I just... Yeah, no, definitely. Like, the tunnels are so confusing. Need to ask the pamper directions before I kill it. Well, it just shot bolts at me, so that didn't help. Right, yeah, we'll stay here a sec. We just walk forward and pray. Yeah, literally, just blind. Just blind. I wish they had a map so you could see which ways you've had, like, you've explored. That would be really helpful. But I'm gonna BRB a sec. I'm gonna add so no one misses anything. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your legs, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Jim, thank you for the gifted sub, you cutie. What are you doing? Thank you so much. I love you, bitch. Okay, I'm back. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Call my friend. Ooh.
Look at this graph.
I was like, what is the sound? I added some actually before stream. I think you said so. Yeah, I added some because I had some that I was like, oh, I want to add. Okay. Oh, I landed. Look at me go. Too good. Strummer 1. Of course, it's rigged. What do you expect? Right. Let's fucking go. Look at this graph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. No. 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 I have good and bad news. Oh, what is it, Slade? I don't know how I feel about that right now. I wonder if ah! Fuck off! Jim, you just got me almost fucking killed me. Dead. Fucking oh my god. Fuck off, man. I'm so sick of this game right now. I wonder if any team leader is sitting to me and look at this graph and never just went, look at this graph. Be the change when I see them. Oh my god. What is the good and bad news, Slade? I think, yes, Jim. Sorry, guys, for the scream. It just scared me. They just literally came out of fucking nowhere. Should I just sit all the way back here? Would that help? They had no right doing that, let's be real. You're going the right way? Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware I'm going the right way. I'm aware. I actually just looked at a video very quickly on my break, and it said you had to go past here. That's as much as I know. And I was like, okay, cool. Past that, I don't know. The dungy are not even close. Oh, fuck off, man. What do you mean? Alright then. The fuck is that sound?
Let me out. Let me out of here. Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you. For generations to come. I
Okay.
am the Dung Eater. A scourge upon the living.
Is that thing gonna come in here?
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again. And defile each corpse with care. Just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed. Along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come.
So annoying. Alright, give me a second. The sound is just pissing me off now. There we go. Alright.
I will kill again.
So we can't do anything.
Because
Alright then. Why did he tell me to come down here? What was that about? I've put Marcus down. The dung even not even close. But he told me to come down here. He literally told me to find him. Was he this way? I can't remember. Oh. Outer fire units come to the outer moat. The outer moat? Outer moat. Oh, he is free. Yeah, no, he told me to go there. I spoke to him there and he told me to go there. That's why we were there. He literally specifically told me to go to the sewers and find his body. So you said you have to do a whole bunch of stuff to do this quest. So have I done it? Are you like, because I'm guessing you said that before. One hug for the dungy. I have a joke for you. What is it? Oh, he's free. Okay, I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing. But I don't know where the outer moat is. What does that mean? Where the hell is that? What did the gardener say when he planted the wrong flowers? What did he say? Oopsie. Lindau has some moats. Lindau. Have I been there? I don't know if I've been there. Where is Lindau? Sorry. Oh, here. Lindau, royal capital. Has some moats and drawbridges. Outer moat. I don't know where I'd find him. He should be outside the capital city. Like, where? Here? Yep. This one. Outer moat is very vague. Like, tell me the direct location. Give me the fucking coordinates, man. What do you mean? So where would he be from here? You know what's wild? I never did this on you. I don't know. He spoke to me and I thought it was interesting. So we just, I don't know. Just did it. So where would he be here? I don't understand. I'm confused. The outer moat. What the fuck is that? Where is that? Is something worth doing? Interesting. What's that? Hang on. Are you asking? I am asking. Yes. Where the fuck is the outer moat? I'm also looking at what this is. Oh, it's all the way down there. Oh god, I'm not doing that. It's south of the minor Erd tree on the map. The minor Erd tree. What? What Erd tree? So, this one? And then... Well, like here? Like here? Let's go around and find him. I don't have that patience today. I want exact coordinates. Tell me where this motherfucker is. Oh. Just SNC2 do it? Who knows? I guess so. Here's my drive music if she sounds too loud. Other cats can hear. Wait. Other cars can hear, do you mean? Oh no. I'll try and not shout then. Okay. Thank you guys. Does that mean I go up? Okay. There's some loud sirens. Shout away. Don't scream, I'm reading a book. No, you're not. What book are you reading? What do you mean? You read. Cops? Yeah, they're coming for the dung eater. I feel like I've been around here. Obviously, he wouldn't have been here then, but... So you're saying he's down there? Said to my mum, I was like, oh, it's the Popo. She was like, what's that? I was like, what do you mean? She's like, the Popo? What is that? Like the Pope? I was like, no. No. No, mum. I do not read. She's right, yeah. I was like, what do you mean? I can't read either. That's okay. I just know Jim doesn't particularly choose to read. We did it! Hey, me dude, what's up?
I will kill you and devour your corpse. Then sweep you.
Why is there a fucking crab? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Crab's dead. Panic over. Can you stop healing? It's insanely rude. Oh, it's a fucking mosquito. God, so many pestering things. Woo! We did it! No, stop. I can't enjoy it. I can't enjoy it. This mosquito is flying around. Oh. Yay!
Did you know?
What did I know?
Japan is thought to have one of the highest densities of vending machines in the world, with an estimated one for every 23 people in the country.
With a... Wow. Really? Do you know these facts or are you just searching them? That's crazy. Ah. Wow. He didn't last long, did he? I read Twilight once. Oh, Twilight's so good. Get in, girl. I got him. I better go get some cheeky food right now. Keep it like, oh, thank you, Rocco. I hope you have good foods. The Tongata. Make him wish he wasn't found. His dialogue was, I'm gonna, what was it like? I don't know. It was gross. I didn't defile. That's just like gross. Can you not? Shut up. So you can do this quest without collecting the stuff that I saw. That's cool. Apparently so. Apparently so. There we go. We did that. Got it, thank you. I knew that one, but I've been searching for facts. And what is an interesting fact to you? What qualifies as a good fact? There you go, babe. Thank you for the clip. Appreciate it. Okay. So we were here. And then I went to the round table hold for some reason and I got really distracted with that. Okay, should we get out? Yeah. So we were progressing this way. And then I think, yeah, we went to the table. So I don't know what's further from here. Don't know if that worked. I don't know, like, are they passive? Oh, were you not? I was wanting to, but I don't know how to. I did want to. Yeah. But I didn't know how to continue doing that. I need to look for a sec, upload vids for a friend's YouTube channel, so the net is going to take a hit. I shall return. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, and it's not long until I deal. Yeah. It's tricky, definitely. I mean, I don't even know where I'd go from, you know? Where were we? Where was it? It was here, wasn't it? I have another... Wait. For some time... Okay. You're like, I've got it ready. It's there. Like, which way would I go? Like, if I was down here. Because I did want to. Because I wanted to see about the sacrificing myself thing. But, I just feel really confused. Like, there's just too many different directions. So there was a deal regarding a boss fight I mentioned to Tia a while back. She is not far off. Oh, I see. So it was in the mountains. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. You're halfway there, but which way would I go? I feel like I just keep running in circles at this point. Or should I go back? I feel like the only way I haven't fully explored is down here. Like, through the tunnel. Can lurk? Oh, good. You lurk. Thank you, buddy. Let's try and keep going this way. Did we go this way? I can't remember. Can you not? Oh, this is where that thing's going to appear. Just get straight off the bat. Oh my god, it killed me. Like, instantly. I was so close. Maybe that's the way it goes? I don't know. I don't know if that's the progressive way to what we're trying to do. All I do know is, took my fucking runes. Maybe we'll try to go that way again? I don't know. Explore that area. If I can find that way again. Okay, so we went this way. Down here. Try and make sure we don't fall down a hole. This way. Did we go this way or did we go through... No, we did go this way, I think. This way. We went left. Actually, you know what? If you feel like this part is frustrating, you continue with the mountains for now. Okay. In a minute. In a minute. We'll get back to that room where my runes is, and then I think we'll go from there. Okay. So we are back here, so that's good. It wasn't too difficult to find. Okay, cool. Alright. Now I know we don't have to fight one of those things right now. We can just have a look. See, I feel like it being so dark down here really doesn't give this area justice to look at everything, you know? Well, is it just the way we came? Because that's what it's looking like. Doesn't look like there's any other direction. So I guess we just go that way. Okay, I'm like sat so far forward. I need to like chill. Okay, I guess we will go this way. Okay, so we've explored that way. Saying because it's not worth spending hours finding the way down, you can just look it up and follow your way down to... Okay. Okay. We'll spend a little bit more time. Not too long, and then we'll go to the mountains. Okay, what was this way? Because we came that way. Oh yeah, we've been this way. I remember them fucking jumping at me. I think that's not a progressive area. Let's just go this way. It's not fun. It's really not. But I think we've done like quite a good chunk of it. Oh no, we went that way. Fuck off. We went that way. Wait. Was there more that way though? No. I feel like there's more to explore this way. Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, so down there, we've done down there. I'm pretty sure that all just leads down to the area we've been in. Could it be this way? I'm not sure. So many slugs. This door's open, so we must have... Yeah, no. This is the opposite side. Okay. Yeah, if we just kind of find we're like looping back, then we will... Yeah, this is just a dead end, really. Just a dead end. Okay. This is making more sense to me. I think. Okay, yeah. Right. The slugs are so gross. Nothing that way. I think we were going... Okay. Oh my god. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, maybe this is okay. Maybe this is okay. Let me look it up for you. I mean, yeah, if you could. If it is really that difficult. Which way was it? This way. Okay, so that down just was to a different level of the same tunnel. Okay. So we were going this way, weren't we? Yeah. Okay. Okay, this way. Some rats. Cool, love it. I feel like we're just back at the beginning. Yeah, and then the poison is that way. So I feel like the tunnels... We've explored all of that, maybe? I'm not sure. If you go to the stair area where you fell down from and has a waterfall. Where is that? The stair area. What stair area? Do I have to go back up? Like... here. I can feel you processing the mental map of this place. I feel like it was starting to make sense, and it all just kind of looped back together. It was either down there or back to where we entered, I feel. I might be wrong, but that's how it was beginning to feel. Okay, the stairs, the wall. I don't know where you're on about, Slade. That could be anywhere. So if I'm like at this grace, where is it? Like left or right? There, through the gate? Okay. With the implements. On top of the pipes, okay. You have to go to this area where you fell down. Guess I'm back this way. Up. Up. Oh. I just rolled into that. Oh, bye. Tempesto, hi cutie, how you doing? Okay. Up there. Enough of you. Alright, Floof. Go to the wall, then fall down to a pipe. You mean this one? The one underneath? Go to the wall, then fall down to a pipe. I'm guessing you mean down here. This direction. Hi Joe, welcome in. How is Joe today? I'll put my footstool back up. Meow. Yorkshire tea. Everyone's getting the Yorkshire tea today. I'm guessing this way. If not, then I'm gonna have to... Yep. On the gate, on the wall, you can see it. Did I go too far? Ah, shit. On the gate? Did I go the wrong way? Do I need to go back up? I'm gonna die. Ugh! Ugh! I missed. Yeah, have I gone the wrong way then? If you're saying on the gate, on the wall, you will see it. You mean this one? No, you're there, okay. Oh my god, go away. Doing great, working on my chatbot. It broke. Oh no! Have you managed to figure it out? Oh yeah, this bit. Well, I need to go into the pipe. Yep, into the pipe. Okay. I don't think I went this way, so is it this way? Or do I need to turn around? I can get down through the pipes. Okay. I don't know which way I gotta go. It's very squelchy. Have a lean towards down. Maybe I'm not going the right way. I guess we'll figure it out. So if we go this way. This goes down. Oh wait, no, this came out here, didn't it? So not this way. This way is not the way. Okay. We did come this way then. Because I found that last time. We don't want that. Was it through here or was it up here? I can't even remember. Which way is it? Maybe this way? Okay, this seems long. Okay, we've not found this, obviously. Oh, fuck. Oh! Fuck. I'm gonna die. Yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. It's such a small area for like that. Hi, Floof. Floof. This way. It was that way, so I have to go down there. Fuck's sake. Okay. I do hate this area. It's the most frustrating area. What if we just run? What if we just run? Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Oh, no. Just run. Whoop! Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. 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 Oh my god. Oh. Run, bitch! Run! Literally. Was it that way though? Wait, no, I think it was this way. Or did we come all the way back? Because I don't. We definitely didn't go the right way. So I think we did go this way. And then maybe it was this way, was it? Oh my god, I can't remember. This way? Which is the dead end? This way? Oh, this is confusing. What? Oh my god. I'm not confused, you are. Oh my god. Okay. Again, PTSD? Me too. Oh. How did we manage to find it? I'm lost. Was it down there? I don't feel like it was. Oh, okay. Piss off. These creatures are basically the way forward. Yeah, I want those, lizard things. But this obviously is not the right way because there was only one guy. Brain, go, burr. Okay, let's go back this way. Let's heal. This way? Brain hurts. I feel like this is the way, because the music changed, and I think it did that last time. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, and it's down there, isn't it? Whoa! That's a big fucking rat. Yeah, I think they fell down here. Try not to get fucking blighted again. There we go. We were down here at some point, so I tried to open it and it said it wouldn't. Yeah, we have been down here. Okay. So I guess we want to go towards the creatures, you said. At least we got our runes. Yeah, because we killed this one because it was looking the other way around. I don't know if this is the right way. Do you mean this way? Because we've been here, so I don't think you mean that. So we actually didn't have to go through the pipe. That way led to here. So maybe down this way? Well, this goes down, like you said, so... Right, that's a dead end, okay. Have we been here? So are we going down there? Is that the way we want to go? Do we want to go down to the flowers? Wait, let me check. Okay. I need to take my phone off charge. Let me mute my desktop audio a sec so I can unplug my phone so no one gets confused. Okay. So I have a text I need to look at.
Jean did nothing wrong.
Leave Jean alone. Reg, hi Reg. How you doing? Get good. I am good. What do you mean? I feel very good today, thank you. How are you today? Reg with the edge. Schedule edge. How you doing? I haven't been down there though, because there's a thing there. So maybe I need to go down there. Because we came from up here, I think. I should get back here. Yeah, we've come from this way. So either way, we've been both directions. I don't know if like fully. I drank a large chocolate shake and now my guts feel like they're gonna... Oof. You need to pace yourself more. Not drink it so quick. Bless you. Apart from that, are you alright? Reg doesn't pace. Reg just gets tummy ache. Yeah, I don't know if this is... Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. No. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Can I get them to come up here? Or do they not do that? Oh god, that does not seem like a healthy area to be in. That does not seem healthy. No one wants to be down there. Through the pipes, there is a different way. Okay. BS doing well? I'm glad to hear that. Through the pipes, there is a different way. Is it the other way then? I'm sorry, don't be sorry, it's confusing. I feel like it's something to do with that, but we haven't got there yet. So is it this bit that we come out? But I swear we've been here. Restart maybe. Oh. Gonna die. Gonna die. Gonna die. Oh no. Use 50. Ooh. Ooh. What do you want, Reg? I can show you what that entails. Give me a sec. Okay. Yep. Alright. Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah, so this is what it is, Reg. 1 second. Let me open up. Hopefully I won't get attacked here. No, I hear something. 1 second. Yeah, okay. 1 second. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die. One second. Need to sneeze. Oh, so much is happening right now. Okay, right. Right, I had it open. It was these. And then if we do window capture, maybe. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. This. Well, that's not. That's not it. There we go. Show that one.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
So this is the 2026 doodles so far. Thank you, Reg. So Doodles did a jumping spider drinking a cup of tea, and then Onyx did an Eevee drinking a Lucasade. Beat Drop did 3 raccoons in a trench coat drinking, like, one passing a drink up. Will did a hamster in a burger costume. Demon did a wolf cub drinking tea with a tea on the mug, and then Panda did a gecko. So it can be anything. Obviously, like, it's a very quick doodle, not a complicated thing. But then, you know, by the end of the year, you'd have, like, this collection of, like, community requested doodles. So that's, like, what it is. So, yeah. Okay, so, what did you say? Through the pipes. We went through the pipes. Why we gotta go through the pipes again? So when you go through the pipe, do you go left or do you go right? Let me think on it. You do that, babe. Wait, I'm waiting. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. We will wait here. Thank you for the lurk, Rolly. I hope you're having a good day, cutie. Ah, cool. I've used Vinted to sell some. So I bought some shoes, right? And they came and they were the wrong size. So then they sent me like the proper size, but I got to keep the old one. So like brand new shoes, literally brand new, never worn. And I had 2 pairs, like 2 different sets of shoes. So I put them on Vinted, and it said the person left me feedback, and I was like, oh god. And they're like, perfect, great delivery, perfect size, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Does it have to be like T-stream appropriate? I mean, it can't be anything like no, you know, like it's got to be safe for work, if that makes sense. Do you see a wood plank somewhere? Like this? It's just, you know, you come down the pipe, that is left, that is right. Okay, this way. Let's go this way then. Yeah, it's gotta be at least safe for work, you know. No historical Gartic references then. No. This is a safe for work stream. We've been that way, no? Then you turn. Okay, so here. Oh, it's a rat. Okay, so then I'm guessing Aww. It's just how it is. You should know that's how it is here. Oh, fuck off. Oh! You little fucking bitch. I fell down the hole. Now what do I do? Oh, wait. Oh, I opened it. I'm a good boy here. As you should be. As you should be around your mother. Oh. Oh, this seems progressive. Is this right? This seems like it's something. Look for ladders. Yes. Yay! We're doing something. Don't start on me, pal. I'ma crack you up. You know, kids involved. How did that work out for you? god, health. I feel like you were gonna ask me to draw like a green peen or something, Reg. I feel like that's what the request was gonna be. Holy dooly, just noticed you got 1.1k followers. I mean, it's not like actually at 1, it's just I've gone over 1,050, so then it's rounded it to 1. But yeah, we had a celebration stream in January and we did like a 10-hour stream. I did like 12 game giveaways and we played a bunch of random games. It was a good time. But yeah, thank you. Proud of you, thank you. It's not too bad considering I did uni for like a whole year, so streaming was very up and down, to be honest. You know me too well? I knew it. I knew it. I mean, I could think about it and see if I could do something that wasn't too dirty, but could still indicate that. A fucking Grace. Come on, man. Nice. Yeah. Still not enough to level up, though. Still need a little bit more. Alright. Thank you, Slade. We weren't too far off finding that, actually, because we were in that area. We did it. We did do it. Yeah, we have been in that general area, but it's definitely confusing. You need to really think about it. I reckon you need to, like, write it down. Which way you're fucking going. T for partner, don't forget about Big Reg when you're in the big leagues. I don't know if that would ever happen, but I could never forget about you. What do you mean? You're literally one of, like, the OGs. That could never happen. I have fond thoughts and memories. Fond thoughts and memories. Okay. Oh. This looks so cool. I feel like something's gonna happen though, but it looks really cool. Oh. Oh, is this like a boss, or is it just like a boss? Oh! What is that? What is happening? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's like fire. And it's definitely causing a build-up. I don't know, he looks like a interesting kind of boss. I feel like he only does it if I'm... Oh. Not timed that well. He only does it if I'm like... out of range. Oh shit. Oh, okay, not timing it right. Okay, I thought I was out of the range of that. No. Oh, no, okay. No, okay. Oh, I just had it then. Oh, get out of it. Okay. Oh, you fucking bitch. not timing this well. Oh my god. No! Oh, I just keep missing the timing. Alright, we're not going to do this first time. Just keep missing that one. Yeah. We were close though. Fond Fulton memories, that's all I asked for. Exactly. Don't forget about this guy too. Is a boss, don't know about anything else. I was just wondering if it was like a story boss, if that makes sense, or just a boss. We almost got it first try though. It was worth it though. I like a good boss. We would have had to do this anyway because I want to do all the bosses. But now many rooms are down there. Right. Oh, that is not good. Sir, why are you throwing shit at me? Oh, no. That was so annoying. Oh shit. Blood loss! No. It's one again where the furniture is really annoying and in the way. No, got ahead of myself. No. Oh, so annoying. There's a lot of like clutter and stuff which is preventing you from just freely running around, which is very frustrating. I need to snooze ads as well. You got it. I mean, we did much better the first time. That time is extremely questionable. I don't like the blood fire thing though. That's not something I've quite experienced and I don't appreciate it, and I'd rather he did not do it, to be honest. But we'll see if we can do this before the outbreak. If not, we'll do it after. Oh, wait, I'm not too happy with my weapon. There we go. Right, let's try. Where's my runes? Where's my little runey poons? Mate, you're messing it up in here big time. Just seeing if I could clear any of that benches and stuff, but I don't think I can. Oh. I just need to get closer. So otherwise she's just gonna keep doing it. Oh, you little fucking bitch. Gonna die. Gonna die. I'm not doing good with this timing. Maybe you can dodge it that way, just as he throws it, instead of running. Oh, went too early. Woo. Too early again. This is not good. It's like a fucking shower or something. Oh, again, too early. Cannot get his timings right. We did not like that one. I don't like this guy. I don't like him. He like goes to do it and I think he's gonna hit me, but he's not. And I realize like when I roll, it is not the right timing. Almost there. I know we'll do it. It's definitely within our reach.
Fatality.
Fatality. But we have 3 minutes till ads, so I'll probably run ads now to get them out the way. And then we'll give it another go. I'm also gonna make myself a cup of tea, I think. But ooh. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, stretch your leg, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll sort them out then. And then we can then go to the mountains and carry on the story. So, yeah. I think this is the until the mountains. Right, I think we're back. I'm ready. Oh, sorry, Rose. Wait, is it still going? Wait. No, it shuts down, I think. Wow. Okay, Rose, do it again. I'll let you get one in, and then we'll start. A tiny rubber boot. Cable's stuck. Welcome back, thank you, cutie. Got myself a nice cup of tea, and I'm ready to go. Tiny seaweed. That wasn't worth it, was it? Right, after Reg, we will then start. And hopefully beat this boss. What's it gonna be? An enormous seaweed, wow. There we go then. Garbage. Welcome back, everyone. The timing, I know. Oh my god. My pen! I dropped my pen. I dropped my pen and I hit my ears and it's all just a rock. It's just Alright. Are we ready to do whatever this guy was called? More the Omen or whatever it was. Okay, let's do it. I just need to time it right. Keep taking notes. It's Elden Ring Day. Wait. Like it's Elden Ring today because we're playing it, or because it's actually Elden Ring Day? Alright. Hopefully my runes. Okay, runes are lovely and accessible. Mog, that's who. Woo! This is not going well. Alright. There we go. Not the time to kill. That's definitely helping though. Not when I jump in it though. Oh, okay, didn't realise he had that reach. Oh, okay, that's not gonna help. Woo! Off. That was not the time to hit, and I knew it. Yeah, no. Okay. That's the one! Keep doing it. I'm like a bit stuck. Yeah, this is not going well. It's the timings of them, they're really difficult. Not running on a lot of flasks either. See, again. I thought I had it, but I did not. Oh! Oh, you're really pissing me off. We're not doing it this time. Oh, he's really pissing me off. Hello, is it? Oh, he is a kind of a bit. Oh, he's so annoying. He's so annoying. It's the non-consistent moves is what's throwing me. So instead of being like, he does this attack where, you know, he's hitting 4 times, and instead of it just being like bam, 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 it's very inconsistent. So I'm struggling with that. We will try again though, and hopefully we will get it. We will get it, I know we will. Not going to stop until we do, but I don't know how long it's going to take. Hopefully not too much longer, because he's a bit of a frustrating one, not going to lie. Alright, let's do it. Oh, rooms are over there. That's not too bad. See, that one. I need to get better at that one. No, what I was meant to throw. That was not the time to try and drink. Okay, no, it was still way too delayed. And that one, he always seems to get me. Fucking rolled into that one for some reason. Dead. Yeah. Oh. Cat, thank you for community love, cutie. Hello, is my autocorrect, and he always autocorrects my words. Oh. Oh. It's that slow one that gets me every time. Every damn time. I just have to figure out when is the right time to roll. When is the right time to dodge? Which was not them. That fucking one every fucking time! fucking one again. Fucking dead. Oh, I didn't realize he was gonna fucking swing after. Good to know. Oh, no, I missed it again. There we go. So you did that and fucked me up. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I can't see what's going on. Kat, thank you for letting me enjoy being here. How are you doing, cutie? Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh, you fucking prick. Oh! No! No, no, no. Heal, heal, heal. Please, please, heal. Heal. Oh, I fucking missed it. Fucking, I keep messing it up. Oh no. Fucking hell. Thank you for the lurk, Rose. I appreciate it. Oh, that was so stressful. Oh my god. Oh, we had like barely any health left. Oh. Wait, I want to see what the achievement is on that. I'm intrigued. 34.8% of players have done that. Interesting. Is that my lowest one? I think it might be. I think that's the lowest percentage person I have beaten compared to... I don't compare it to anyone. Apparently, I've done 50% of achievements in this game. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, that was stressful. I thought I was going to be a goner. Oh. Tough year. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Slay. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Chicken. That was stressful. But we did it. Thank you, Calf. What's in here, then? I don't want it to take me somewhere. Let me rest a second and spend my runes. Oh, we could talk to Melina. Wait. Excuse me. Let me get the chest and then see what that's about. Erdtree's favor. Raises max HP, stamina, and equipment node.
Welcome to Drunk Peasant Trucking. 101.
Hi, Tempest, still cutie. Did you do it? We fought this guy, whoever this guy is, but yeah. How you doing today, lovely? Let's talk to Melina.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame,
Oh, this is it.
I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not?
Sounds a bit like Bridget Jones.
If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I shall see to the kindling. It is a purpose which I choose to fulfill. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I shall see to the kindling. It is
That's
a purpose,
weird that
so
you can just
please.
keep talking to her. Usually she just disappears. It is decisions, and I don't like that, Slade. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I thought it was down here. That's why I don't understand. My lowest amount of players having this achievement is 17.1. Nice! I just love those little things. It just, yeah, I like, that's why whenever I get an achievement, I'm straight away, I want to look to see the percentage, to see if it's like a common one, or if I'm like kind of going in areas that aren't usually like done. Everyone with life things but okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tempest. I hope everything's like turns out okay. This is a big decision. It is. That's why it stressed me out, because we hadn't played it for like a week or so, and then my sleeve is wet. Must have been where I washed my hands. I don't know how my sleeve got wet, but it did. And we came back after like a week or so, and the guy was at the mountain and said, you know, you can talk to, you know, you could be the kindling. Like, you should think about.
Did you know? Without the evil World War II Germans, we wouldn't have Fanta.
No, I didn't know that. Is that really? Wow. Fanta's what I tend to drink as well, if like they don't have the drink I want. So it's either like Fanta or Coke. I'm not a huge fizzy lover. But yeah, so it's like either we sacrifice ourselves, and he was like, you know, that would be a true lord, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't got the achievement you just got. That makes me feel good about myself. Because it's like my first playthrough as well, and like being a girl, like people come in and think I can't play the game and stuff as well. So having like discovering areas that people have not been in, it's kind of like a little selfishly like cool, you know? Not like a big-headed kind of way, but that what I just explained. You have to keep moving forward. Well, I'm guessing this area's done, isn't it? Like we've gone down here. Or is there more to explore down here? But T, girls don't play games. Exactly. Clue? What do you mean? Like, do I want a clue? Is that what you're saying, Saves? Yeah, Coke stopped sending them Coke syrup, and they wanted to keep using the factories, and they started making Fanta. I did not know that. That's interesting. Not done yet? Okay. So we just go, like, what, back out here? Yeah. In regards to what, Saves? Because I feel like I said a lot. So I don't want to just say yeah if I don't know what I'm saying yeah to, if that makes sense. Like, yeah. Where else would we go? What, like back out here? Dang, it's just a lot of things happening all at once. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tempest. I'm always here if you need someone to talk to. But I'm sure you've got others to talk to. But the offer is always there. Okay. Go back to the area. Oh, was there something in there and I just missed it? This place is so cool though, like how it descends. I really like that. So there's something in here. Is it this? Do you want to say it? Oh, in regards to that, I see. Okay. Is there anything here? I don't think so. But I can't talk to her anymore. That's what I do know. Oh, okay. When in doubt, roll. Okay. How would you ever find these things? I feel like so many of the things in this game are ridiculous. Done. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Are they dead? Are they alive? I don't like that noise though. Once I get my car fixed, my name changed tomorrow, and food plans Friday, twice Saturday and Sunday, and a backyard consolation Monday, maybe yeah. Oh, yeah. Hopefully by the end of the week it'll be much better, I hope. I like the music here. It's more chill. I like it. I don't like that noise though. My roof fixed. Have they got that figured out? Okay, you're aggressive, I see. Okay, good to know. I feel like it's like a memorial in here or something. Not gonna lie. Okay, so there's stuff in there. Why can't I get to any of it? Or is it not? Is it just candles? That looks like that is something. How the fuck do you get that? You have a lot going on. It sounds it. The guy never came back, so who knows? That sounds like such a weird situation, like what you explained yesterday. That is so bizarre. Hopefully it gets fixed. Have you tried contacting him? There's an item here that haunts my nightmares, and there it is. I seen it. Fuck that item. It is something. You can't get it. What the fuck? Why? Is that just meant to be a tease? That's just... yeah, that's not fair, is it? Why have they done that? Hi, Yusuf, you little cutie. How you doing today? That's so unnecessary. I hate when they do that stuff. Game does fucked up, I guess. Maybe it's a bug. And they're just like, ugh, I don't fucking care anymore. For some reason, I went to hit again and it didn't work. Yeah, this area is interesting. Like, just all the people, the music. It's an interesting atmosphere. Okay, so I got dropped down, I guess. I feel like going from there, dropping to there, would be easier than dropping from here. Or maybe I could, actually. Doing well, how are you? I'm glad to hear that, Yusuf. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Except that what is that item that they have just made me can't get? But yeah, we just killed somebody. It was a good time. He was annoying, so I'm glad he's dead. You can get it, you got kite. Wait, no, did I read that? I don't know if you're being serious or not, Dabba. You just killed both of them? What? Like, that is something you can actually do? Being a game designer myself, I don't understand. So it's like, I judge you immensely. Wish I knew where all the secret walls were. Yeah, well... it's just guessing, isn't it? It's just weird, though. I feel like there's just too much guesswork in this game. And I just don't believe you can just go through the game without ever searching how to do it. We will never know. I feel like you're just taking the piss. I feel like you're just lying. Because you said it haunts your nightmares, meaning you don't know, so... Why would I kill them? They're playing a nice song. Do we drop down more? Onto the coffin? I feel like that would be a thing. Like here. Oh, fucking hell. Like this? I feel like this is a thing. Oh, but then that... Wait. I'm confused. Fucking hell. This doesn't seem right. But it seems right. I don't know. No, I don't think I've done this correct. I think I have. I don't know. I'm getting confused. I feel like I've got to jump this way. This is stressful. I feel like I've got to go round, down and around. Like this. I don't know who is the first one to have found all this. It definitely, like... I don't know about you guys. And I would love to know. Was you able to get through the game without searching at any point? Or did you have to search to actually progress through the game? I know there is a wall somewhere you have to hit 50 times to open it. Really? Oh my god. Yeah, that just seems like, who figures that shit out? How do they know that exact wall hit it like 50 times? Well, I know, but this area is a pain, so going back for that item is so pain. Yeah. I wonder if anyone's figured it out. YOLO. Yeah. It is speculated that all the enemies that play music are actually depressed and miss their fallen friends. Aww, that is sad. I thought we'd just leave it because it was quite nice music. You're doing great, thank you. Yeah, the little like sad Eevee, yeah. First time I did not search anything, but I also missed a bunch. Were you able to get to the end of the game though, without searching? Didn't have to look it up, I had to... Oh, I see, okay. So would you have not been able to do it without the friend helping you though? I feel like we have to jump over there, and then there, and then there. Oh. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah. Just missed it. That's a bit finicky, that kind of stuff, isn't it? I guess we'll have to go again. But I don't know where we're going. Probs not. I can barely play this. I see. Okay. I get you. It does feel like more complicated than I thought it would be. Looking up is part of the Souls experience at this point. Okay, okay. So I just don't know if it's like... You know, in some games, I feel most of them you can get through without having to look, you know? So it's interesting to think that with this game, it would be difficult to kind of get through without searching. Okay. Did we jump over to that one? Or did we go down? I feel like we went down, didn't we? My god. Oh. Rune's gone. It jumped and it didn't even go forward. Getting to the end game is really not that complicated. Oh, okay. But I guess if you want... I guess if that's just for one ending, because there's different endings, isn't there? I don't know any of what they are, but I'm guessing to get any different ending, you would need to find specific items and things. That the bodies hit the floor? That my body hit the floor. This is gonna be the hardest boss yet. And to beat, and then the beat drops, everyone starts doing the Harlem Shake. That's a lot of body, there really is. It's very finicky. It really is. It is a very finicky thing. It's annoying. It's so finicky, it makes you think it's not actually meant to be part of the game. I feel. That wasn't even, it was like something hit me. You're doing a very, very secret part of this game. Interesting. When I spoke to the guy and he was like, you can do yourself, like, you can sacrifice yourself, I thought, and you know, that's how, you know, think about how you want to be a lord, how you want to earn it. And I'm like, I feel like that makes sense. Why should Melina have to sacrifice herself? You know? Why should she have to do that? Why, if we can sacrifice ourselves, like, I'm kind of intrigued in that as well, because I feel like the Melina option is clearly the, you know, the bog standard, typical direction of the game. So, yeah. I missed it completely in my first playthrough. Even when he said to you, because I feel like he says it to you and literally says, like, you know, he said, go to the deep depths of the capital or something. So then I was trying to find it, but I really couldn't figure it out. And then that's where we were this time. Ahoy! Hello! Theo, Frast, Bombast. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, that's why it's finicky, I see. We'll do it though, I'm not gonna give up. We didn't come this far just to come this far, you know? I wanna... This is the avenue I wanna take. And I'm not a quitter. Yep, even after he said it to me. Interesting. Fascinating. Yeah, it just made me think, oh, okay, this is a choice. We have a choice to make. Peak fashion going on here. Oh, it's stunning, isn't it? I really like it. We actually, we started with these horns, which I loved. Loved them. And then we got this drop. Not any intentional either, it's just stuff that's just happened. And I was like, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. Okay, let's try again then, I guess. So I don't know if it would be easier to jump over there, but if you jumped over there, no, it would, I feel like it's this way. That pushes me, which is the problem. Okay. Alright. It's a choice, but this game has many choices. I guess that, yeah. Punk Tempest, thank you for letting me enjoy being here. One of my favorite hats. It's just so beautiful. I'm in love with it. But how many times have you played this? What should I call you? Theo? Like Frast? Like, please let me know which part of your name or the whole thing you want to be referred to as. But yeah. Have you played this game before? I'm guessing so. Theo was fine. Thank you for letting me know. Did you enjoy it? I feel like it would be easier if I put my sword away as well. I don't know. Oh, you fucking bitch. That's not what I meant to do. I just wanted to put it away. I thought it would be easier. I meant to press that. The weapon controls still really confuse me. That's what I wanted to do, because I feel like that will be so much easier. Thank you. Like, all that. Hold the right bumper. Why? This, that is confusing. I just broke 900 hours. Wow. With my third RL1 run. RL1... Sorry, what does that mean? I'm not really good with abbreviations. I'm really bad at them. But damn, that's a lot of hours. Is this like... Are you like a Souls lover, or is this the only one you've played? Because this is my first ever Souls game. Ever. Ever. Rune level 1 as in you don't level at all. What? So you just stay level 1 forever? Wow. So you like challenge runs, I'm guessing. That's what I'm hearing. I'm a Souls addict. What? You must be. That I feel would take some bloody dedication. Right. I feel like we will do better if we put it away. Because I feel like it's a bit in the eye line. I don't know if it does help, but I feel like it might. It just makes it less janky, I think. I don't know. We'll see. I've done it all. Bow only, shield only, summons only. I love that so many people get so much out of this game. I love that. Jumped too far. I think we're getting somewhere though. I think we're getting somewhere. I thought it was like against the wall. I need to not jump too far. So yeah, is this like... You've played the other ones? Have you played the other ones that many hours, or is it just Elden Ring? Definitely helps. I think it does. Just gotta execute it better. Okay, shortcut. It's like when the camera angle's like right there as well, it's difficult. Okay. Oh no. No, I'm too high. I want to be down there. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now we're cooking. Elden Ring by far the most, although I have 100%. Oh, like platinum, damn. And most Souls-like. And so is Elden Ring your favorite? I'm guessing, if it's done the most. I want to eventually do a no-death run for Bloodborne. Do you think you're capable? Do you think you could do it, Slade? So you are a man of taste. Bloodborne and Demon Souls are the only ones I have not played yet. Is that because it's like PlayStation exclusive? Elden Ring is my top 3 of all games. Oh, nice. To be fair, I would say it's become one of my favorite games as well of all time. Because I wanted to do it because it was a challenge, and it is definitely a challenge. I can definitely do it with enough practices, yes. I mean, props to anyone that could do a no-death run, because it could never be me. Sony exclusive, yeah, it does. I don't know if they'll ever change that, but you know, they're releasing a new Souls game on Switch, aren't they? Which is going to be Switch exclusive, so that gives me an indication they have no interest in changing that. So if we jump that way, but I'm like, how can we get that? We might have to jump to this one. Oh my god! Oh my god! How did we do that? Oh my god! Don't question it. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Is there anything in here? What is that? It's another one! Oh, that's annoying. What do you mean? Okay, so from here, now what? It looks like oh, there's a staircase. That's where. Okay, I'm ready. Just started my second try for Elden Ring No Death. Died twice on my first try. Oh no. Is that like with being leveled up, or you're just going with the level 1 for that? Sony apparently announced that they are not going to do any more PC ports. What, meaning no more Souls games for PCs? Is that what that means? Really? So do we just jump down? I feel like we could survive. No. Yes. Yeah. What the fuck just happened? She's mad at me! She's mad at me! She wants to talk to me! Oh god, no. With Lebanon. Okay, okay, fair. Yeah, I was gonna say, really? No more PlayStation. Oh, sorry, okay. Sorry. No more PlayStation games for PC, apparently. Why are they doing that? Why are they getting aggy about that? Rest and make a choice. Do you really want to do it? Guess we'll talk to her and find out.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
What the fuck does that mean? What does any of that mean?
Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is
There's no
lifeless.
lord at all.
Please, put a stop to this madness.
I don't understand the last bit of what she's saying.
The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
And the land they preside over. So I'm no lord at all if the world is dead. I don't know what to do. I feel a bit stressed out because she doesn't want me to do it. She sounds very upset that I'm gonna do it. But then if I don't do it, she's gonna die. I feel like this is the biggest decision I've ever had to make, and I have a child. And it still feels so significant. The girlfriend angry? She's so angry. Can we buy her some flowers? It's sad even with Xbox giving PlayStation their games. Xbox, the way I see it, is as good as dead. Why do you feel like Xbox is as good as dead? I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do. I feel really stressed out. I can't make decisions. The thing is, as well, and I don't want to know, please no one tell me, I don't know any of the endings to this game. I don't know what happens if I follow whatever Melina wants to do, or if I decide to sacrifice myself. I have no idea what happens. I don't want to know until it happens, but it's making my choice really difficult, and I don't know. I want to do the right thing, and I don't know what the right thing is. Like, if I sacrifice myself, then I'm not sacrificing her, but she wants to be sacrificed, and it's literally what she feels her purpose is. But then she's then sacrificed, and what was the point? Where I feel I can save her, and that guy made me feel really bad about sacrificing her. I don't know. Respect her wishes? What about my wishes? Why is it all about her? Huh? Huh? This game is about me. I'm the main character in this game. It's not your body. But it is my body. What do you mean? If I sacrificed her, then she's gone. But if I sacrifice me, she's fine. Then I'm gone. So it's my body. So either way, one of the bodies is getting sacrificed. Yeah, you tell her. Yeah. Yeah, who do you think you are, Melina? Coming in here, fucking pick me girl. No, I'm joking. I don't know what to do. I feel stressed. I need to go stare in the corner for 5 hours and debilitate. Decide. Do you want to be sacrificed? The guy was saying, you know, do you really want to be a lord if she's like sacrificed? And the way that he like said it was like, you know, it would be good. It would be like as if like noble of me to sacrifice myself instead of her. Like, he made it sound like such a bad thing. Okay, how about this? You can... I don't know about this, Slade. I don't know about that. I've never seen someone debate this as much before, because it's like, this is gonna... I don't know what happened, and it's going to dictate the rest of my game. It's gonna be my ending, and I don't know what I want to do. I'm so bad at making decisions. It's really difficult for me. If it's like, you know, when you're trying to choose dialogue options, right? And you have the good or the bad options, I always like sway towards good because I want to be good, you know? But this is not telling me which is good or bad, and I'm confused. Should we just whip out a whiteboard, right? Just whip out like Photoshop or something and start writing down like pros and cons of each. Like I said, if we sacrifice myself, I don't know if we're like fully sacrificing ourselves or we still live, but then she's saved and it's like a noble act, I feel. But she wants to be sacrificed. She feels it's her whole purpose and she's begging us not to do it. But what if in the end she's actually fucking evil? Maybe this is what she wants because I don't know. I don't know. Who fucking knows? What are her intentions here? What does she want? Who even is she? Who is she? Where did you find her? So if you don't sacrifice her, what stops here from sacrificing herself? Because I would sacrifice myself. So either she can light up the Erd tree, is what I'm understanding from the dialogue, and burn the Erd tree. Or I can learn this frenzied flame thing and I can do it. And I can sacrifice myself and she can be fine. T having a whiteboard of the red strings moment. Yes. So all of this leads to this is what's happening right now. Shows up, gift your horse like hello. Who does that? Yeah, I don't know. Pops in and out as she pleases. You know, if a guy did that, you know, you're just like on your merry way and they just popped in and out as they please, would you be very trusting of them? No. No, you would. I feel like you wouldn't. I feel like you wouldn't. I like trees more than people. Off with her head. I mean, she seems nice. They always seem nice. They always seem nice. To get what they want. She's basically using us. She is using us to sacrifice herself. It's all about her. What about that random guy? Can you trust him? Who's the random guy? Oh, that is true. The random guy. That is true. Can we trust him? Oh my god. Too many questions. The girl is in fact using us. Yes. How rude of her. I know. Hi, Lonely Skies. Welcome in. How you doing today? You guys are just watching my mind like unravel in real time. But that's the thing, that I don't know. I don't know what this all does. And I feel like as well, Melina, that going forward with that must be the one probably most popular ending, I'm guessing. You know, it's just the most straightforward one. This one I have managed to uncover. And it's not a typical ending. And I'm kind of very interested in that because I'm not a fucking basic bitch. So I'm also kind of like, that could be interesting. You know? I played Fable, I'm good at making tough decisions. I did in Fable 3, don't get me wrong. I made the bad decisions because I knew ultimately it was good for everyone and more people would survive. But I don't know I don't know. I love how she's just staring at Cynic Grace. She's like, you better not do this. She's like, you better not do this. The girl just wanted to commit an overly complicated suicide. I'm not gonna lie. I agree. Staring intently too. She's really like, you better fucking not. She's just gonna start crying, be like, please don't do it. Having to CT, having a mental breakdown. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. Like I said, I feel the typical most popular ending is the Melina one. I feel like this ending is not so straightforward. I don't know if this is even the end, like if this leads to the ending, if this changes the ending, I don't know. But I feel like this is different. And I'm intrigued of that. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Most popular ending is Redacted, I think. Very helpful. But yeah, I have no idea of any endings. I guess we're just gonna go. I don't know if it's a spoiler. Yeah, I don't know any endings. Like anything past this point, I don't know. You should know in Souls games there are no good. Well, how would I know that? I've never played one before. I can't hit. Is that normal? Why can't I hit? Oh, okay. Have I missed something? Is that why it's not working? Ooh. Ooh. What? What is happening? T. Slade. What's happening? Because she doesn't know how to open the door. Most likely, yeah. You have to go to the mountains and complete that area first. Okay, so I do have to do that. Okay. And then we'll be back, I guess. So this is where it is. Frenzied Flame. Okay. Alright. Well, we found that. I want to do that bit. I want to do that bit now. Ain't that about a bitch. I don't know when I'm going to know to go back there. I hope I have an indication, to be fair. Are these people aggressive? Or I didn't come to this area this early, so yeah, makes sense. Oh, okay. Oh, he is aggressive, okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Looks a bit kinky. Oh my god, I'm fucking dead. Oh, okay, it's a direct hit. Okay, I see. Missed that completely. Looks like they're wearing, like, that emoji dress. Oh my god, they're gonna hit me. What's happening? Ah! Why am I not hitting? Oh my god, I'm just not hitting anything. Like, I'm trying to swing and it's not working. There we go. Oh my god, you with your fucking whip is annoying. Ah. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Right, you're pissing me off, lady man. I don't know, in your dress. Let me snooze ads a second. There we go. Oh, you wanna? Okay, it's gonna be pretty obvious. Okay, okay, cool. Why do we not have that much reach? Yeah, I know. They seem to just be able to reach halfway across the bloody mountain. Right. I guess they are aggressive and not passive. Lesson learned. Alright. I guess we go. Wait. Is it gonna... Am I gonna, like, fall? Looks like there's gaps. Because. Because. This is so cool. It's so pretty. Wow. Sorry, I'm just in awe at how the game looks right now. Because not many areas are obviously snowy. I really can't wait to look through the art books. I'm really excited. But I'm kind of like waiting so I don't get spoilers. Be in awe, take your time. Thank you. It is just so pretty though. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Have I been there? Sorry, I'm looking at that statue, which usually indicates a catacomb. But let's... I don't know. No. And I'm excited because the Elden Ring DLC art book is meant to be here today. I wonder if it's been delivered. I have to look on my next break. It's been delivered? It's been delivered. Hello? Oh shit. I can't take my time. Gotta go. Woo! Alright, we need to hurry up. Oh, otherwise I'm gonna get launched off the bridge. Oh, he just got me. Sir. You getting your ha-has off at shooting me with a bow? I really don't want to fall off the side. Does that not work? There we go. There we go. I don't know where's safe to stop for ads. Be in awe. Wait, I read that. Thea, why are you making that face? I just stand at times through the world and look around. Yeah, it's so pretty. I do want to stop somewhere though, so we can have some ads and I'll BRB. You stop on the bridge? Okay. Oh, when that thing was like shooting an arrow at me. I get it. You're like, woman, this is questionable right now. And I'm like, look at the pretty snow. Look how the snow is so pretty. Bitch. Look. I understand what the look was for now. And I don't blame you. I just lie down on the bridge, start doing some like snow angels. Girl, this is not the time. Oh, there's Grace there. Hell yeah. Okay, we'll stop at the Grace a sec. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, we'll stop here a sec. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Right, we'll stop here. We'll run ads before we carry on. I run ads once every hour so that when you come in, you don't get hit with ads. It just gets them out of the way. I also go to BRB. It gives me a chance to get a drink or anything I need. And everyone to have a little break if you're like kind of watching along. But you don't miss anything. But yeah, so I'll be back in 3 minutes with the art book as well. We can have a quick look at that. I'm not going to look like deeply into it because I don't want spoilers. But I'll be back in 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, take a quick break from the screen, anything you need to do, and I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll continue up the mountain then. So I'll see you then. Alright, we'll just wait for chicken. Chicken. 2 fish. Oh, what did you get? Tetra. I think you can go through the gate now if you want to. Wait. Now? Why would I be able to now? We'll go here a second. Look! Look at it. I'm gonna take the plastic off. Yeah, the fish won't work now. I know. I know. I'm gonna have to make space though, because I need it to go with my other 2. Look at it. Look at the reflection. Isn't that a stunning page? I'm not gonna look too deep into it, but we can flick through some pages. What's a good page? Isn't that pretty? I want one. They only came out last month. That's why I decided to get, even though I've not done the DLC yet. If you don't get them, like, on release, art books are just virtually impossible to get. Because the amount they raise the price is ridiculous. But look, it's got, like, the little concept sketches at the bottom. Like, I got the other two as well. I got them for Christmas, I think. But I've not looked at them yet because I'm really trying to avoid spoilers of any kind. So, yeah. But it's pretty. Oh, look at that. I know it's hard because of the flash, but it's amazing. It's so pretty. I want two, but I can't get it because it's out of stock. It was out of stock too for me on Amazon, so I had to go to a different site. A legit one. It was a legit one. Like, they have an actual store, but yeah. That's some self-control. It is. It is, but it's so, I feel it's a better experience for me and for the people watching, and my reactions are so raw and genuine, and I think it just makes for a more exciting playthrough overall, to be honest. They're insanely expensive. I mean, this one wasn't expensive. It was like £30 or something. Thanks for streaming, T. I'm not done, Sezo. Sorry. We were just looking at the Elden Ring DLC art book that just came. So I was on full screen because we were looking at that. I can hear that picture, I can imagine. It smells good as well. I was lurking too hard. It's all good now. We were looking at the art book. So I went full screen. Right, let me unmute the game. Let me unmute the game. Right, Stage, you said I could go back. So let's have a look at that. The mouse on the screen. Is the mouse gonna go? Yeah, there we go. So why would I be able to go through it now? What's changed? No, I can't go through it yet. Why would I be able to go through it yet? It's a fascist statement. I see. Before you enter the gate, you have to take your clothes and weapon off. Well, buy me dinner first. What do you mean? Like that? How would you know that? How would you figure any of this out? This is ridiculous. I mean, it makes sense. You want to absorb it and whatnot. I guess we've done it. It's too bleeding late. This is the choice we're making. Can't go back now. How would you know that? It's any questline, any... Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, how would you know any of that? There's a questline that gives some more context, but it's not necessary. Okay, interesting. Oh, it's the fingers. So we meet like this. I actually feel really anxious because we've made the choice now. And I don't know what that means. What decision was made? It was. It was. No regrets. No regrets. My controller's going nuts. It looks so cool. Toasty, it was. It's been a bit cold here in England. I needed that. We're burned. Whoa. Our eyes. No way. Oh, I love that. Oh my god, the physical wow. But the eyes stop. That's insane. How do we look at ourselves again? So I'm just like, I'm stunned. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Wow. Stare. Minian's gonna be pissed. Fuck that bitch. She's using us anyway. Now sit on the grace. Oh god. Do I want to? Can I get dressed first? Oh, that's so cool. Our eyes was not always like that, was it? Like, this is because we've been marked, right? That's so cool, though. I am... Wow.
You have inherited the frenzied flame.
It was too late now. I can't get
Pity. You are no longer fit. Our journey together ends here. And remember, should you rise as the Lord of Chaos, I will kill you. As sure as night follows day, such is my duty. For allowing you the strength of runes. Goodbye, my companion. Goodbye, Torrent.
Wait, so we can't actually level up now? Did she take our horse? Does that mean Torrent's gone? No, you can level up? Oh. Okay. What were we wearing? Was it this? It wasn't that, was it? No, it was this. And then... I actually don't remember. What did we have on? It was them, wasn't it? I actually don't remember what we had on. Did we have these on? Maybe we did. I know we had the boots on. The fur leggings. Mooney, hi cutie, how you doing? Thank you for the 25 stream streak. I need to go back because I'm really confused what I had on before. The gauntlets. I'm like, are they right or not? Regrets, mistakes. What's fucking done now? It's too late. What can you do? What can you do? It's done. I've made the choice. Where's our weapon? How you doing, Mooney, little cutie? Little cutie patootie. Where is it? Also, thank you for the 25 stream streak. I don't know if I said that or if I'm just an absolute shock, but thank you. I appreciate it. If I said thank you, I don't know. I can't remember. There's a lot happening right now. You made the right choice according to your own decision. Fuck. Well, fuck. Well, fuck. Oh no, I still got Torrent. Okay. We just don't have her. But I don't know what that means, to be honest. She says she's gonna kill me. I wonder if that means she's gonna be the boss. I'm not sure. Guess we'll find out. There we go. We respect that. I feel like you're all judging me. Tomorrow's World Book Day. Permission to buy books. Yeah, I just got a book, community. Literally, I was just showing this just now. We just got this book. So yeah, do. Means you're maidenless once again. I never felt like I had a maiden to begin with. She was very much like side piecing me, to be honest. I never felt fulfilled in the relationship, and I never felt like a priority. So yeah. You have to do what's best for you. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow, wow, wow. Okay. So there's the map. Should we go get the map, maybe? I feel like that would make sense. You just made one of a few big decisions. It's your playthrough, you made the choices. Oh god. I like her. Oh, Melina? No, I have no queries. I'm just it's gotta fit the storyline that we're going with right now. we're making stories up right now. Rani is way cooler anyway. She does seem pretty cool. She seems like a badass bitch, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh god, there's a lot of bats. Okay, there's something there as well. I just want to get the map a second. And evaluate from there. What the fuck? It's all the way down there? Really? Oh shit, it's like a cliff. Okay. Alright, I guess we're not getting that then. Alright. Well, yeah, well, I guess that's not a thing. Okay, we got some traveling maiden stoofs. Wow, wow, wee wow. That's that, I guess. Time to jump? I don't think that will work. Personally. That's Souls for you. Unless you got the full lore, you make your own choices and play according to your choices. That's the first Souls play through for you. Yeah. Obviously, like, if I had any indication of endings and stuff, then maybe I would make a different choice. I don't know. Obviously, it's hard to say. So it looks like there's one there, but I don't know if that's a path or not. Let's go back there a sec. I feel like it would help if we had a map. Unmark that. Don't know if this is the way to go, but I guess we'll just find out. Soft cotton. Interesting. Not looking likely. Okay. Who even knows if the choice is final? Well, yeah, but I feel like it definitely has I feel like it has a huge impact. No one's obviously told me that, but just from my inclination, I feel like it is. I'm waiting for Miyazaki to come up with a better ending to a game than... Oh, okay, interesting. So, you feel like that cannot be beat? Oh, that scared me. Well, I guess we'll just have to go around because I don't see a way to find a map at the moment. You are right too. What do you mean, sorry? That it affects the ending? I don't know what I'm right about. Good job, Punk Tempest. I like how the trees are like ghosts. It's interesting. Oh, let's go that way. That might be it. Yep. Yeah, I feel like it would. And I'm intrigued. I feel like I'm gonna get an unconventional ending. I almost died then. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get an unconventional ending, and that interests me. Wow, you little bitch. You want a fucking tango? Oh. These are so silly. Like, when you figure it out, it's so silly. Ah. There we go. So silly. Yeah, put me in the bush. We have a lot of game to go through still on the DLC, so don't worry about the ending right now. But I feel like I want to end the game before the DLC, though. I don't feel like I want to go into the DLC with the game unfinished. Oh, almost had it. I'm gonna die. Almost finished the tutorial. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? That would be crazy. Your choice, you could do it anyway. I think I would like to finish the game like how it was initially intended. Oh, fuck's sake. One of those things. Ooh, annoying. Because then I don't know if we'll go straight into the DLC. Because I know the DLC is long. And I don't know if maybe we'll like pick up Hades and stuff and then maybe come back to it. I'm not sure. I haven't thought that far. I guess I'll see when we reach the end of game and how I feel at that point. To be honest. Hades? Yeah, I've never played it before. I've never played Hades before. But I think that's going to be our next game. I'm also really interested to play other Souls games, the Resident Evils, and I've got God of War. Like, so many different games. So many different games. But Hades is one that's like kind of on the top of my mind at the moment. Okay, well the Grace is saying to go that way. So I guess we're gonna go this way. Do you like Hades, Theo? Have you played it? The music of Hades slaps so hard. I'm very interested, honestly. But I know we've been playing this since November. It's obviously been quite a long time. Is this a... What's this? Do we have enough? Yes, okay. Hi, Doodles. Thank you for the lyric. I hope you had a nice stream yesterday. God of War 2018 is going to be my favorite one. You're going to play also Bloodborne. That's what I mean. There's so many to go through. Twofer? Twofer? Oh. You keep landing. Alright, I guess we're gonna go. In this cave. I hate when it does that. Fucking scares me. Where's the torch? There. If only my jokes landed as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't get it. Tried Hades very late, but put off with the art style, but then loved it. And when Hades 2 came out, absolutely devoured it. I see. You didn't like the art style. See, I'm a little bit of an artist. No, we do art here as well. Tuesdays we do art. So art and like games together very much interests me. And I'm trying to get better like over the course of the year, because ideally I would love to do like concept art and things like that. So games like that I'm absolutely fascinated by. That's why a lot in the game I'm like, this is really pretty. I've only just realized how we can see our back in this outfit, and I'm kind of liking that a lot. Did not get double land. Oh, hello. I need my other hand. Can you stop? I forgot how annoying wolves are. Not had to deal with them for a while. Oh, he's just gonna keep spawning them. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's just gonna keep spawning them. There we go. Got it. It was just a self-take. Okay. I thought I wouldn't like the art style and the isometric view, but ended up loving. Oh, I see. Okay. Ah. I study game design, so I get you. Hell yeah, nice. How long have you been doing that for? I study game mechanics. Hell yeah. I love how many of us just love games. Oh, hello. Is it just you down here? Oh, it's the what the fuck, man? Give me a break. Oh. Did he just stab himself? Get that snail away from me! Oh my god. This cave seems a bit difficult, not gonna lie. When I play them. 2 years now, are you enjoying it? The psychology behind design decisions is so interesting. I can imagine. Like, I love watching, you know, videos where they really delve deep into the whats and the hows and the whys, you know? Oh, I didn't want to fall down here, but I guess we're going to. Alright, let's fucking kill that thing. You should be dead. Oh, it was a bit glitched. It didn't expect me to kill it so fast. There we go. Okay. I don't like it in here. What are you talking about? Ah, yeah, you are. Did I get it? Nope. Okay, fuck the wolves. What is spawning the wolves? What the fuck? Fuck off. What do you mean? This place is weird. It's a bit difficult. Oh shit. Ah! Did I get it? Okay. Stressful. That's extremely stressful. White reed armor. Interesting. And then... It's pretty down here though. I like how illuminated it is. Okay. I guess we progress further. Is this gonna be that snail again? We've already like fought one of these snails. With the like crusade knights. Are we actually fighting you or not? Oh, what's happening? Oh, I see. Oh! What? Did you see what just happened to his body? The fuck? It's a no from me, sir. Honestly. So weird. Ooh. There we go. Did we do it? I think so. No. Fuck. Okay. Oh. Don't know how many people were fighting then. Oh no, back off. Oh God. What is happening? Oh, it's you. I forgot that's what you did. Oh no. Oh my God. Get out of here. Woo! How did that miss? Oh, you fucking little shit. Oh, I feel a bit jammed. Oh, you little fucking shit. I'm fucking stuck. Oh, fuck. Fucking dead. That's annoying. All these places I've not been to since my first playthrough. Really? Slinky Boy? I don't like him. I don't like him at all. I don't like his attitude. Oh, do we have to go all the way back there again? That was long-winded. Really? That was long. And it doesn't even take us like right back there? Oh, we have to go through all that again? So yes, understood, no. Not sure why, but the slinky mode makes me think of Ghostbusters. What happened, Mum talked to me. We got into the boss, and I killed the first one, but then got killed by the second one. I don't know how many there's gonna be, but yeah. Yeah. Not yet, expiring though. I reckon you could do it. Where are we? Don't know, let's get that fucking snail. Okay, I'm not sure where we are, because we've kept falling the other way, so... I don't know if we're gonna lead back to that, or if this makes getting to the boss quicker. I don't know. Unsure at the moment. The boss was kind of annoying. Oh, we're here. Mama's asking, oh, are you managing alright? That was nice though. Nice little catch up. Alright, okay. Let's fucking run. Where was it? Why are they still alive? Oh, shit. Oh! We have to go all the way that way again to the boss. That's really frustrating. Like, why is we not just going straight outside? I was like, you know, I can cook. Can you cook? Can you really? Oh, this is really annoying. Can we like speed run it? I don't know. I feel like it might be a bit difficult. Have you ever played Dark Souls 2? I've never played any Souls game apart from this one. It's my only Souls game experience. Just run. Just keep running. Right. We could save more health on this guy, because I do find these easier than the other ones. I'm gonna die. Fucking hell. Okay. Not too bad. Oh, why am I in here? Mistakes were made. Oh my god. We're fucking dead. There we go. Okay. Yep, we saved as much flasks as possible, I think, for the next guy. Where's he coming out from? You're right here? Okay. Oh my god, right off the bat. Brilliant. Heal. Thank you. Don't like this guy. Back off. Ugh, this fucking guy. Oh, he got me. You're doing so well. Ugh, you fucking little bitch. There we go. I feel like that's not the end. Fuck's sake. I think we did it. Yay! We did it. Godskin swaddling cloth and a black flame ritual. We did that second try. Not too bad. Okay, sorry, let me catch up. Then you don't get to cry about Bloodbacks in Elden Ring? I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a competition. Yes, I can very well too. Where's my food saved? Give me food, I'm hungry. I can't cook, but all the basic stuff. I mean, food is food, no. Right, I guess we're done here. The wolves sound really cool though, how it's like howling. Dark Souls 2, best of the original trilogy, fight me. I can't fight you because I've not played any of them. But I've heard Dark Souls 3 is the best from many people. So. Yes. Dark Souls 3 is my favorite though, yeah. You're allowed to love any game you want, yeah. Dark Souls 3 is on place 5 of my souls. How does, okay, what is the tier list of the 5 then? Theo, I'm intrigued. I'm interested, we are interested. Have to like what I like or else they stupid. Cute snail, poor snail. No, that snail's a meanie. Well, then thank you, saves. Welcome back with your normal account. Elden Ring, Lives of P, Sekiro, Kazan, Dark Souls 2, Fifth Missy. I don't know if I've heard that one. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Wu Chang, Fallen Peppers, and another crab's trash. I love how that's there. BRB, all good, Rose. Why can't I see shit? God, it's really windy. Let's get... Can we get to the path? Is this the path? Just... Because it clearly... leads... Ah, okay, so then if we do that... It's so snowy, I'm struggling to see. Oh my god, I could literally just fall to my death right now. What? What? What do you mean? What is trying to fight me? I don't know what's trying to fight me! Oh, it's a dragon. Okay. That's okay. I was like, what is this? Oh, my health is really bad. To the dragon! see if we can do this. Ooh, 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 ooh. That was not looking good. Oh, shit. I mean, I was not full up, was I? So that was not going to go well. That was not going to go well. And Lyric, hi buddy, welcome back. Something odd with Twitch. What is that? I still have my 50k channel points. Yeah, that's not a weird thing. That's just how it works here. I reject a lot of the things, so you just get them back. So yeah, no, that's not weird. That's very expected. Where did I get to? Honorable mention to Antoria for making me drop it within 3 minutes. Really? Very good, but what about Neo franchise or Black Myth? Okay, interesting. Wukong I have yet to play. Neo was too much loot slop for me to handle. Loot slop? So does that mean like too much looting? It's like we're outside right now. I am just lost. How long have you had your printer? Like, very interesting question. Since last year, because I bought it because of uni. Okay, bonus, cheers. Yeah. There you go. After playing Kazan, which is, I don't know if I'm saying that, Kazan, which is apparently close to Neo, I probably won't. Okay. You got 10 new items thrown at you. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. I'm guessing we're gonna run into this dragon again. Where's my runes? Oh, there they are. Oh. Nope. Oh, that frost. Now that hurts. This might be a torrent one. Oh my god. This might be this kind of one. Because the frost is quite difficult. Oh no, stay out that. It's like his farts are frost. I hope when we kill it, it clears the frost. Sorry, I'll catch up in a sec. It's a bit difficult right now. Oh shit. Come on, come on, come on. Yep. Shit. Heal. Heal again. Ooh! Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Smack that face. Ooh! Shit. Cool, we're kind of out of the way of it, but obviously not. It's okay though. Excuse me. I hate when he lands because I never know if I'm like under it or anything. But the frost farts. And the frosty breath. Oh. It's a bit frosty under there. Flick the tail. Yeah, lovely. Bit of a long-winded one. Having to like back off with the frost and stuff. Shit. Oh, that's so frustrating. Also, Saves, thank you for the 35 stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, cutie. But prior to that one you purchased, how long did you have your previous one? Years. Like, I still have it, but the quality has never been good of it. But the one I got now is like a £30 Canon one. Scary movie quote. I have a dream. Friends ask, what's your dream? To have a dream. Skylar is like 16 years and I replaced it with a new one today. I see. Okay, interesting. I guess, yeah, it just depends. But my one that I had before used to just be really annoying. My dream is to one day make a Souls boss either in a Souls game or not, but has... That's a cool dream, Slade. I like that. That's a cool one. Hi, Bull. How you doing? Don't be like, I can see why... Yeah, no, 100%. I feel bad. That's a really frustrating one. It's a bit frosty. You got this? Yeah, a little bit frosty. I bought a Canon too. Yeah, they're good. Cheap. Do a job. Depends, I guess. That was so long-winded as well. I feel like we have to do it to get it to be clear. Unless we just try to be more aggressive. That was silly of me. Already? Wow. Just try and get more hits in, maybe. Just try and speed it up. Oh, did we get a knockdown? Nice. Ah, fuck off! Damn, missed. I hate when the body like blocks you from being able to do it. That's a little pet peeve of mine with this game, to be honest. Let me hit the face. Where are you going? What are you doing? What's going on? Oh, I fucking angered the jellyfish. No, 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 no. So long-winded. No, 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 no. Fuck. I think that's how it got me last time. Let's heal. Let's take this as well. Oh shit. Oh, we're out of reach, I think. Wow. Rude. The fucking game froze. I don't know if you guys seen it, but it glitched and it froze. So I could not actually see what was happening. Use your seat so you could go faster. Had lunch, will drop in and say hi, but now I have to go and note with love. All good, I appreciate it. His screech is giving. See, I tried Night Rain. Me and Jim tried it, and we weren't too keen on it. It wasn't what I was expecting. Make my way downtown, walking past faces, past, and I'm homebound. I did see that. I thought that. No, it did. It was a bit heavy for my, obviously, computer to deal with. It froze. It did. It did freeze. It froze my PC. Froze me in the PC. God, where are my runes though? I feel like it was going so well though. I can't see shit. I hate you. You're really annoying. Maybe just try and go for the face a bit more and make it quicker. Hard to get them sometimes. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Little bitch. Yeah, that was a good one. Woo! Bit too frosty for my liking. Shit. No. Woo! What? Shit. I don't know how I survived that. Oh, we've got ads coming up. Is anyone able to snooze the ads? Zero. Okay, well it says I can snooze, but I can't do it right now. If I die, then I could do it. Okay. Oh, that was silly of me. get out of that frost. Oh, the frostbite is so annoying. Is Baxi intolerant at all? No, not unless I specifically ask for a hint or a tip. Hello. Hi, Future. How you doing? But, yeah, we've got ads coming up, so we're gonna have a break. But I don't know if we've got something, like... No. We don't. We have nothing to help with that. I don't think. I think it's just luck and timing. Like the one with the Scarlet Rot. But yeah. I'm alright. I'm glad to hear it. Alright. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break. And then we'll back. And hopefully we'll do it then. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. This is your opportunity to have a drink, use the bathroom, take your eyes off the screen, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back then. Yes, chicken. That is exactly what I need to do. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Are we all caught up with the fish? Think so. Alright. Did I miss anything? Chicken when you said you're doing it all wrong. You need to go left, left, up, up, down, down, right, right. Sounds like a GTA, like San Andreas cheat. Fucking bad, thank you. So my jump roll because I'm hot. So, right, let's give it another go. We'll probably have, I'd say, 1 more hour of stream left. I'd say would be a good place to stop because I'm feeling a bit eepskis and hungry. But hopefully we'll manage to do this. Has anyone seen my runes? Have you seen my runes? My runey poons? Anyone seen a dragon? Woo! Oh, they're angry. Why are they angry at me? Oh god, no, get out there. Yeah, that just gives off way too much frost. I think we'll just back off a little bit. Okay. Yeah, outfit change. I took my jumper off because I was really hot. It gets quite hot in here when my computer's on. I keep missing. Whoa. Okay. Flick the tail. No? Okay. Thought you were. There you go. There it is. Okay. Nope. Okay, cool. Oh, way too early then. No, 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 shit, 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 shit. Okay. Stop going up there! I want to hit your head. How did that happen? That seemed crazy. Magic. I didn't have to turn on my heater once this winter. PC did it, really. Yeah, it makes it so hot, honestly. Like, because I live in England, so it's cold. But when I stream, I have the window open because it just gets so warm in here. But also my radiator, I have it on 0. But for some reason, it still produces heat, which is really frustrating. So that also will contribute to it. That was going really well, I feel, as well. But I feel like that was a weird glitch. I don't know why it hit me. when usually that works. How far are these runes? My goodness. There they are. The cold is freezing. The game, it is. His breath is insane. It is so annoying. Not gonna lie. I hate how some build-ups are, you know, they just decay the health. And I hate how some just literally are insta-death, you know? Like how? That's annoying as fuck. Oh. Just immediate, almost fucking dead. Okay, cool. No, look at you thinking you're a fucking fly guy. Oh. Oh, he's being really annoying this round. Really pissing me off. Barely even getting close to him. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's go. Mr. Dragon, you're pissing me off. Oh, just stay still. Let's wait for the stomps. I thought I was well out of reach. I hate how long-winded it is sometimes to get up. Whoa. No, sir. What the fuck? Oh. Gonna get hit. Yeah. I see you, Jim. I see what you're doing, what you're playing. Stop moving! Oh, this round is really frustrating. Got a bit of a frost build-up going on. Updating here's worth of stuff. Oh my god. No, stay out of it. She would just stop moving around. How did I miss the first one? I felt like I was right there. Oh, there we go. That was a good one. Ooh! That was a good one. Okay. Okay. How fun! Yeah. No! I'm stuck! I'm fucking... I was literally stuck in his fucking wing. Oh, it's so frustrating. This guy's a dick. He's a fucking huge dick. I feel he's not even winning legitimately. It's actually fucking bullshit way that he's winning. And that's what's frustrating me. He is hard. He's difficult, but I feel there's other reasons why he's winning. You know? Because I got stuck in his fucking wing. And he just keeps flying off instead of fighting me. Just fucking fight me, man. Why are you running off? As I run off. As I run off to get my runes. Okay, where are they? There. Yeah. I feel if I did not get stuck in the wing, it would have been okay. Oh, glitch. What the fuck? That was just bullshit. Play Scarlet Rock. Yeah, no, it is frustrating, yeah. The build-up, that just kills you. And the blight as well, that one is annoying. I feel we are doing so well though, which is what's frustrating. Because it's so long-winded. And then you die and you have to start again. That's what's bloody annoying. I'm waiting for the frost to wear off. How did you get me? Get out of it. Woo! There we go. Oh, it's how long it takes to get up as well. It's a real pain in the ass. Ooh! I've not taken this yet, let's do that. Can you just stay fucking still? Oh my god. Woo! Back to the ankles. Ankles, I feel, help get bleed damage. And then we can kind of stun him. Hit the poise. Oh my god. Yeah, stay the fuck out of that. Okay. It's crazy how much easier dragons are to kill with magic and melee. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like making things easy for myself. Probably be easier with summons as well. But it's just no summons run. But Animal, how you doing? How you doing today? Big bleed, yes. Big bleed. Ah! I think we just got fixed on the ankles. I'm focusing too much on the head. Like if we get the head, okay, cool, like here. No, see, just wasting my time. shit. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Okay. Sir! Keep your frost and head to yourself. Like, if we could just get it as we're going past. Cool. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Shit, 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 shit. Fuck's sake. It's that you just get stuck and you can't get out and then you're fucking fucked. No Summer's first playthrough, Chad. Yeah, I don't know, it's just what's happened. Is your weapon level behind? What's with all the questions? Or did you smith recently? It's like +9. I can't use somber smithing stones anymore. I don't know, I just got here. Alright. Can't see. Why can't I see? Why is it not clear? Let's get the runes. It's maxed out for now? Yeah, for now. Until I find whatever I need next. There's nothing bad than a fucking fuck. Trust me, it's fucked up. Exactly. Then you Gucci. No, I know I'm Gucci. It's just the frostbite. I know I can do it. It's just patience. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Oh, that was silly. I literally seen it in the air as well. Why does he always blow to the left? This is what I've just started to realize. Why do they always do that? They don't like blow to the right. Oh shit. Where are we going now? Where are we going now? Yeah, he does always seem to go to left. Oh, that build up is a bit much. It's a bit much. Me. Might back off a little bit because the frost build-up is way too much for my liking. If I get caught in a sticky situation, then I am fuckity fucked. Hi, Ginny. How you doing? Sorry, it's hard for me to read chat at the moment. See, I keep thinking I can get one in, but I can't. Oh, too early. I can see you've done a streak. I don't know what it is, but thank you, Jen. appreciate it. How was Jin today? This is a chaotic dragon. And we don't like him. We've died a few times to it. Oh shit, what? Shit, 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 shit. How we survived then, I will never know. Sometimes it's just so brutal. No, south frost. No, 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 no. Shit. I don't like this guy. He's actually really annoying. Maybe the most annoying dragon I've actually experienced. We're on the left. Okay, not too well. I'm okay, tired from Wednesday group therapy. So it's every Wednesday by the sounds of it. I hope it went okay though. I hope you get to recover and enjoy yourself a little bit. So annoying, this dragon. Oh, every time I just miss it. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race. Not like that. See, like, when you're in it at that point, it's just, that build-up is insane. Okay. See how this keeps going. It's pretty annoying. Can we get it now? There we go. Got a couple hits on the face. Get in again. Another one. Yeah, stay away from that. Stay away from that. Okay. Shit. Okay, so I'm learning when that happens, he tends to do like a huge kind of frost. So that's good to know. We're learning. We've still not got like a poise break yet. Okay, back off, back off. Does he do it every time or no? Doodles, thank you, Lemonade. Enjoy being here. It's quite stressful, so thank you. Oh god. Get up! This is not the time to take a nap. Thank you, Slade. I appreciate it. I will catch up with chat in a minute. Either when I die or when we do it. There we go. He was hiding behind this little rock. It's annoying me. It keeps focusing on the jellyfish. Ooh. Oh, okay. Not ideal. No, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Okay, he didn't do it, okay. Better be safe than sorry. Because I feel like when he does that, he usually does like the huge frost thing. No. We're getting too close to the edge as well. I don't like how close to the edge we are. That's kind of freaking me the fuck out. Oh, you fucking little bitch. We did it! We did it! Oh my fucking god. That was so stressful! I knew- wait, oh, okay. That was so stressful! Why did it need to be that stressful? Oh my god! Oh. Okay, sorry, let me catch up. We'll just stay there. Look at my glowy eyes. It gets so intense when you know you're like so near. That was so long-winded though. But sometimes you gotta have a little bit of patience. Okay. Magic is the easy mode for this game. Yeah, so we're doing bleed, dex, no summons run, I think. And yeah, it's my first playthrough. Ultra Giga Chad. But realize the freezing fuck. Yes, that should be his name. All drakes blow to the left. Yeah, I've literally just clicked that. I don't know why. I only just was like, whoa, okay, that's actually consistent. Maybe it's a political statement, maybe. Ring ring Elden phone. Hi Jen, I can now see what you're saying. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Jen. Rookie numbers, but I'm trying. It's all good. I appreciate you. I really do. Tired from Wednesday group therapy, Wednesday and Friday from 12 to 4 my time. Yeah. Yeah, that can be extremely draining. So make sure you look after yourself, have like some self-care and try to decompress and stuff. I'll be RB for a little bit. Oh, good. We'll probably do a little bit more and then we'll finish up. What's good? Anxiety was today's topic. Damn. Yeah, I feel like a group therapy session would be way too much for me. It would be too draining. I've had that class once, but it was a more on one situation than a group one, yeah. Not really. We started today and it was only the basics. I know them, but next week will be interesting. Okay. Well, I hope it helps. Learning? Yeah, I was like, wait, they go to the left? Since when? We dive deeper into the subject with strategies and what helps. Oh, I hope you find, like, what helps. You know what? I have a hot take. I don't like AI for replacing artists in game industry, but I really want to see what someone use AI for training a bot in a video game. That'd be cool. I mean, there's some AI which is like good and some is bad. Obviously in games, like, you have to have AI because it has to go with your movements and things like that. I don't know if that's generative AI, I'm not sure. Let's go. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Jim. Bro, I just noticed how large our health bar is. Yeah, like, we're a bit far in the game. Like, if we go system. We're level 121 and we're 100 hours in. So I think I have a base of how to play. The dopamine, it really was just like, yes, finally. Jim, what do you want? What do you want, my love? I still need to find out what Reg wants. He did it and then never said. Do we know where my pen is gone? And for reference of what the 2026 doodles are, it is, let me show you.
Did you know the Kármán line, the invisible boundary that officially separates Earth from outer space, is located 62 miles above sea level?
I did not know that. I feel like any fact you're going to give me, I am not going to know. That's interesting. Where is my pen? Sorry. I actually can't focus on anything else apart from where my pen is right now. Oh, that's gonna bug me. I don't like
Daniel, you're...
Demon! Hi, Demon! How you doing, lovely? See, this is why chibi entrances are good, because I can just know who's there. I guess I have to do a pencil. Don't know where it's gone. I know I dropped it, but I picked it up. Oh, that's annoying. But yeah, what do you want, Jim? So this is the 2026 doodle board, and if you save up 50 tea leaves, then you can get a doodle on the doodle board, which was an idea that I got from Nem Nem. You're a sponge? Why am I a sponge? I don't understand the context. It was in fact cinema. Thank you guys. Best Otto! Hi, how you doing, cutie? How is everything? Sadly, Warner Brothers painted that, so we'll never see that in any game. No wonder your damage was so low. You have so many HP points in HB. Your swings are paper cuts. I don't think so, but okay. I've maxed my health out, so now I'm focused on other things, but I've maxed my weapon as far as I possibly can for the moment. But thank you for coming in and judging me. I appreciate it. The high defense HP, low offense damage strat is usually more common in strength than dex builds. I was just surprised. Well, this is my first playthrough. I'm going off of what I feel I want to do, not chat, and just going, like, learning as I go along. Like, you're probably speaking as someone who's probably played the game how many times? Whereas this is my first experience. I've never played it before. I've never played any Souls game before, so I'm literally just learning as I go along. But I think people need to keep that in mind as well. Like, yeah, this is my first playthrough. I have no prior knowledge to Souls games, whereas probably a lot of you do. So I would keep that in mind. You're welcome, thank you. I caught the end of stream. Yeah. How you doing, Demon? I'm awake. Are you feeling any better? And how's the Charizard going? Turtle Buddy, similar to Terry. Okay. Where did I write Cupid? There. Jim. Do you want it similar to Terry or do you want Terry? Can you please specify? I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just... okay. Alright. Thank you for that clarification. It's obviously hard to... Because I'm just reading text and then, like, you've come in, you've said blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why are you, like, judging me? I'm just doing the best that I can with my little bit of knowledge. But obviously, I'm also hitting with just right bumper. Like, I wasn't using any harder attacks or anything like that. I was just trying to get some quick little, like, snips in. Because I find that's how I can actually successfully fight a dragon. Especially with... Some I can just, you know, I can be on the floor and I can be around the ankles without the horse. But ones which I need to get out fast, especially if they have a build-up like that, then being on Torrent makes it much more difficult and disorientating to try and get hits in. Demon, thank you for the free stream streak. I kept the free, thank you. He's actually doing really good, but I think it'll be good to level up Dex and Arc. It probably would be. I've been doing a bit of stamina and mind, because I wanted my FP to be higher, because I find I use my FP a lot, but I don't want any flasks on my FP at the moment, so I was trying to get my FP up a bit because I like using my my blood sheath or whatever it's called. Yeah. Similar to Terry, please. Okay, then we will have to Terry. Cool. And it will be added to this thing. So yeah, for guys that are like, what's this? This is like if you save up the daily tea leaves. And this is what we've got so far. I think it's pretty cute. Also stamina, we need stamina. Yeah, that's the thing. I've been trying to do more stamina as well because we need a lot of stamina. So I've been focusing a bit on like endurance and mind at the moment after I've got my vigor to the highest point. I'm a bit better, but my face hurts. So why does your face hurt, Demon? I'm sorry to hear that. Who hurt you? Tell us. It's dead and we learned. Best outcome. Thank you, Vio. Is it, oh, like the block sinuses? I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know, but surface strength typical about 25 to 65. I don't know what you guys are talking about. To proc the build effects of the weapon, you have to get multiple hits in a smaller window, and that is hard to do with a longer weapon, which is why I was suggesting to go for the wings. The ankles are thin, and he moves them a lot more than the big fat wings. I understand. And I don't mean this in any rude way possible, but I actually didn't ask. Sorry, I'm not trying to sound rude, but I didn't ask. If I want any tips, I will ask. I just want to try and figure it out myself. And I know that sounds probably super rude, but I don't know how to make it sound not rude. But yeah. If I want tips, hints, anything. If I'm like, fought that dragon so many times, and I'm like, what should I do? Chat, please tell me what I can do to eliminate this dragon. That is when I would like the tips. But yeah. I will shoot the flu. Blocks, I need paracetamol. Wait, to sleep? Oh, no, yeah, having a flu, like, having a flu when you're trying to sleep is the worst. I agree. It's the absolute worst. And especially when they're like, you need to sleep. Rest helps get better. It's like, well, I can't because it won't let me. Yeah, get better soon. No help, no help. Sciences. Chicken told you, though, that it was... I don't think that was legit, though. But when I first read it, when Chicken was like, you need to do this, I was like, is Chicken legit trying to tell me what to do right now? And then I realized it was a joke. You don't sound rude. People just need to stop to backseat. Yeah. No, backseat ain't got it, even though the backseat is where all the fun happens in a car. I hate being in the back of the car. I get motion sickness, so I need to sit in the front. But I understand, like, you guys just want to help. Like, it's probably, like, not even malicious at all. You just think, you seem to be struggling with this. I want to lend you a hand because it would just make your playstyle easier. But, yeah, please hesitate unless I specifically ask for it. You sit on the dragon's back and sing him a lullaby? I knew it. I knew it. But yeah, I managed to get this far. So, I think I can do it. You've got in the second half of this game at this point, you've got this. I'd like to think so. We made a big choice as well, Animal. I don't know what it means. I imagine you were here when you first spoke. But I don't know if you can see the huge mark on the back. But apparently I managed to find... I got to the top of the mountain and the guy told me I should sacrifice myself. And if I go into the depths of the capital, then I can find the frenzied flame. Well, I decided to go that route. And now we're pretty burnt up. So this is what we're doing. I don't know what it means. I have no idea what any ending is at all. Ever. Don't know what they entail. But I can tell it's going to alter the game. Like I said, I have no idea what any of the endings are, but I'm intrigued of what's going to happen. I'm intrigued. You've gone here with no summons and no help. You're good. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can do it. I don't want you to, I don't want you to explain. I was saying, like, yeah, I have no idea of the endings. I have no idea of the endings. but I could tell by making the choice it was gonna alter the ending. But I actually didn't know there was different endings until like a few weeks of playing this, and I think someone said something. I was like, oh, okay, I didn't actually know there was even varied endings. That's new information to me. On the behalf of Baxian, did you kill Bertram Voiceless High Priest of Smile already? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did that. I don't even remember how many endings there are. I think there's like, yeah, 6 maybe. We were trying to not foreshadow or spoil anything, yeah. You're way too nice. I would have bonked by now. What do you mean? Oh, about the backseating? No, because like I said, I know some people can be a real ass about it. And when you try and say... Like, there was someone a few weeks ago and they said something and I was like, that seems kind of spoilery. And they're like, no. And it's like I feel like it is. And they're like, no, it's only seen spoilery because people have said it's a spoiler. I'm like, okay, but like, just don't do that. Just don't do that. Like, why have you got to be rude? Just stop. Didn't mean to do that, but we did that. But yeah, I just feel like people just feel they want to help, and I understand that. But I think the best way to understand it is think of when you first played it and how you got to initially experience it. I've done 3 endings. I haven't done them all. Oh, okay. Interesting. Have you done the ending that I'm guessing I'm gonna do? It's a lot more fun to talk about it when she's finished, yeah. Hi Kurt, welcome in, how you doing? Okay, so I don't know why that dragon made it so difficult to bloody say. Can we get the map now? Where the hell are we? I want the map. Frenzy Flame did that one. Nice. Well, I guess that's the one we're going for. I'm excited because there was a lot of debilitate. There was a lot of like deliberation over it. I was sat there at the grace and Melina was like, don't do it. And I was like, I don't know what to do. But I come to the conclusion, I feel like the Melina one is the normal one. And that's the bog standard one. And I feel the one I stumbled across is not. So I'm intrigued about that. It being my first ending is unconventional one to the probably the one that people tend to get more often. Do you have a schedule as in time? I really want to see the next story boss. I do have a schedule. So for Elden Ring exclusively, we do Wednesdays and Saturdays, which is 11 a.m. GMT. If you look on my Twitch, I believe it does say, and it will show in your time because I don't know where you're from. Let me see. Yeah, so Wednesdays and Saturdays is Elden Ring. Those are the Elden Ring days. Sorry, let me just have a look. Make sure it's all up to date. Oh, God, it's taking so long to load and I don't know why. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it shows it in the correct time. And it should show it for you. If you are new here, just reference to the pinned comment. Yes. Have you been back to the mountaintop since? Since when? Oh, okay. That was so easy. Usually I find it so difficult to like kill on foot enemies. Okay. Since oh wait, to speak to the guy that told me to? I don't think I have. Does he have some more dialogue? Probably. Maybe I should go back and speak to him. That would make sense. It's 10 a.m. right now, so you're early. Damn, that is early. I want to find the map, and then I'm intrigued to see if... Oh, it's those fucking... I hate those things. No, I hate you. I don't like you. You're creepy as shit. Right, let's see if they have a map. Get the map, I'd be happy. Oh, there's Grace there as well. Let's get to Grace. Oh, you haven't seen since? I mean, we haven't long done gone King Ting Kampong, you know? Did you get what I'm saying? We haven't long got the flame. Like, literally last hour or so, I don't know. Gotta go, gotta try catch Saturday stream. Good luck, have fun with the rest stream. I'll be ending soon, so just to reassure you, you won't be missing anything. But thank you for being here. It was nice meeting you. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your week, whatever you do, day, evening, morning. Yeah. No, they're cute. No, I disagree, chicken. I thoroughly disagree. Yeah, I just got here while you were fighting Frosty Dragon. I'm trying to... So I think it was like just kind of before that. And then we went into the catacombs right by the dragon. And storyline based on what I remember. It's been like 4 years since I did Frenzy Flame and I'm trying to remember about... I see. Okay. Well, I guess... I'll have a look and see if he has anything to say. Are we right near the map? Okay, let's go. I'm intrigued. I'm gonna see if he says anything. And then we'll keep progressing. Maybe get the map and then we might finish there. Oh. Wait, he's gone. What does that mean? Like he's dead? Why is he dead? The man once known as Yura kept a woman in the deepest reaches of his heart. Is Melina the woman he keeps in his heart and he wanted to protect her? Or someone else? Why is he dead? Is there... If we sit here, does anything happen? No. Okay, weird. How are we looking for Friday? Are we playing... Yes, we are going to play it, Demon. I ordered it today, so it should show up tomorrow. And I'm going to download it. I'm not going to open it, though. Not going to touch it. And then we'll play it Friday. I'm really excited. Did you progress linearly, or did you go custom route for the areas in the game? That's very difficult to say if I don't know what the way to progress is, if that makes sense. I mean, if I tell you the bosses and the order that I did them, that might give you an idea, maybe. If I look at my achievements. View my achievements. Okay, so... Obviously we did Margaret, then we did Leon 9, Misbegotten, we did Shardbearer, Godric, Ancestor Spirit, Red Wolf of Radagon, we did Renella, Queen of the Full Moon, then we did Wagma, Rim Makar, Royal Knight, Loretta, Dragonkin, Soldier of Noxgella. I'm just going through achievements. Shardbearer, Radon, Mimic Tier, Valiant Gargoyles, Astel, Natural Born of the Void, Godskin Noble, Shardbearer, Rykard, Elmer of the Briar, Godfrey First Elden Lord, Shardbearer Morga, and then Morg the Omen is who we just did. Yes. Just looking at... Oh, I can show you my map. We've explored a lot. There's a lot of Graces floating around. Think about him, Loki. I was just like, why is he dead though? I'm really intrigued. I want to find out more about that. Very good. Yeah, I'm excited, Demon. Tony Chopper, Blade of Vengeance. Yes. Hi, Underwhelming Donut. How you doing? Underground map. This. What happened? My dad called to check on me to see if I could cook. Why is everyone checking up on you? We actually just came back to talk to Shahala or whatever their name was, and he's dead, which I have no idea why, so intrigued. He went pretty linear until the end. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I did as well. And then when I got up here, he spoke to me, and then I was then left with the decision, and I was like, okay. And then I went to the round table hold, and the dung eater, whatever, whoever that is, was like, release my body. Was like, release me, 'cause I'm not able to. He started like fully singing the whole production to me. Release myself. Could you imagine the dung eater just started doing that? Because my parents are dramatic like that. Oh, I see. They're just worried about you. You're their little baby. My parents would be the same. Any deviation from standard route is you didn't do Mount Marco before the snow era. I see. Which one was that? Wait. Release myself. I'm better off without you. No, I think, yeah, no. Rykard, I did do before the snow area. Was the snake man. I see. Well, you know who I've done. You know who I've done. I also don't know names of people further than this. So if, yeah. At least the dung. Yeah, he started breaking out in song and was like, release me. Release my body. I know it's wrong. Oh, the manor. I have that here. A request. No, I've done that. I've done that. Because I had the one where you have to use a specific weapon to kill him. Yeah, no, yeah, I've done that. Yeah. I did that before we come up here. What's this name? Yeah. Pew pew. Okay, right. Up here. We'll get the map. And then I think we'll finish there. Which is linear, I see. Yeah, no, I have no idea what, like, is linear, what isn't linear. Honestly, I've just been going wherever the wind takes me. Alright, let's just rush through. And see if we can get the map. I have a lot of runes. Let's go back. Let's go back 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Seems things are going well on Elden Ring. I'm having a good time. I think they're going okay, yeah. How are you doing, Ototo? How Nem says it, Ototo. It's so cute when she says it. Don't worry about it, just enjoy. That's true. Just enjoy. Okay. Should we do some decks? Maybe get decks up to 30 with the rest of them. We're getting close to another level up as well. Release me. Release my body. I know. I'm just gonna run past them, to be honest. I just want the map. We can do it all at another time. Oh shit. I seen this as well when I was looking up. Interesting. Based on the map, I see... Oh, what? Nearly at the map? There we go. Hell yeah. Hopefully this will help us be able to see a bit now. Nice, there we go. Not sure how you get to there, but we'll figure out at some point. Ooh. Interesting. You only have to keep in mind that dying is no way to live and everyone goes smoothly. See, I couldn't... I just... Every stream, I need you to say it to me, otherwise it just doesn't register. It's so cool up here. I still can't get over like the marks on the body and the eyes. That was just really cool to me. Wow, I guess next stream. That looks like it could be an Erd tree, maybe. Could it not? It's got no branches though. I'm not sure. I feel like it could be something. The marks are nice flavor. Yeah, I really like them. I was just like, whoa. And then the eyes. Yeah, I don't know. They're really cool. This area looks very cool. We're getting very close to that tree. Getting intrigued. Otto saying the line is the way to do it, right? Yeah. Wait, see the tricky thing is I don't know how to mod on phone, so that's gonna be fun. That's okay. That's okay. It's a bit difficult, so you don't need to stress yourself out about it. Like when you're here, you can just relax and just use your words to warn and things like that. The eyes. Rose! Don't look at me! With those eyes! Oh. Yeah, I feel like we obviously need to explore over here a bit. Like this looks like something. The tree. I need to see if that's an Erd tree. I'm intrigued. That could be something. I'm not sure. Then something here. So I think we'll go back to this one. I don't think we can get up. Can we? Maybe. Maybe not actually. Maybe you go up this way to it. I don't know. But we'll explore next time. We'll do some more exploring. System. Return to desktop. Yes. See, it's a shame. Like, I can't remember character customization too well. But if you can get eyes that color, I feel like it would be a shame if then you went this route and you wouldn't be able to get, I feel, the full effect of, you know, the eyes. I don't know if I'm talking crazy, but yeah. I don't know if you know what I mean. Frenzy Flame Run, I think was my second playthrough. Definitely affected things in an interesting way. I am very interested because, like I said, I think the Melina direction is the more typical one you'd go for. So I'm intrigued for that not to be my first ending. Because my first ending will always be my first ending, you know? But so enough that for a first playthrough, though, doesn't ruin anything either. Okay. Okay. We understand what you mean. Yeah, I feel like if you have that orangey kind of glow for your eyes and then you say you go that direction, I feel like it wouldn't have the same cool effect. So yeah. Okay. We'll be there for your first ending. Thank you guys. We'll experience it together. Well, you'll experience me experiencing it. Right, let me snooze that out again. So we have places to go. We could go show some love to Mally. Mally raided yesterday. Hey T. Yes, Rose. What is it? Wait, I missed it. What did you miss? Rose! How exciting. I feel like, I don't know, I had a slight suspicion it was going to be something like that. There you go. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the squad. Aw, cute. 2 VIPs in the last 2 days. That's so exciting. And you get a refund. Did Lena tell you to piss off? Yeah, she said, I'm taking, like, by Torren and the strength of runes. So I thought I wasn't going to be able to level up and stuff. I was like, has she taken Torren? I was like, what's going on? She was like, and, you know, when you become the Lord of Chaos, whatever, I will kill you. And I'm like, oh. I see. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here, Otto. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Otto, thank you for the 20 stream streak. You little cutie. Boop. Boop you. Thank you. I admire your Patreon too. What do you mean? What does that mean? Huh? Rose is part of the VIP, baby. Welcome to the family, son. That's bad news. Yeah. I can be my own maiden. How many VIPs can you have? I don't know how to check. So at the moment, I have 33 out of 50. So I can have 50. And I currently have 33 VIPs. VIPs. I recently unlocked 50, actually. So that recently unlocked, actually. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being heroes. And you got the cute little badge now. Patience. Oh, I see. My patience. Thank you, Jen. Well, now we can joke anytime you do anything in the game and it doesn't go well. Maidenless behavior. What can I say? The deliberating over whether I should do it or not was very difficult. I was like, I don't know what to do here. There's a lot of... It's hard. It's hard. Life's hard. Oh, anyway. Thank you so much for the great stream. It was so fun after I missed the last week. Oh, good, Slade. It's all good. I appreciate you being here. Very much. Like where it all began. Very nice. Yeah. I know someone who ran out of VIPs to start replacing the early VIPs with mods. Oh, damn. Yeah. I don't know. Like, 33 VIPs from when I started streaming in 2023 is, like, not bad. One day I'll be VIP too. You were, and then very quickly you went to you went to mod. Well, next stream or two you'll find out why she's so pissed. Can't wait to see it. Look forward to it. I don't think mods can be VIP. Slade can be a VIP in my heart. Should we go see Nailsea? I feel like we should go there. Well, I can't get VIP. Why not, chicken? If you save up enough points, you can. He's really VIP in mine. No, demon. He's mine. Get out. Mine. Right, let's go share. Let's share. Neil says some love. She's doing some lovely art. I'll be back Friday with some Pokapia. I don't know how you say it. It's difficult, man. Life's hard. What can you do? And there's the raid messages if you want to. It's alright. You don't have to. Nada is one of our lovely mods, amazing artist, my literal most favourite artist in the world. Lovely bean, friend, all those things. Everyone else will use all the slots? I doubt that. I doubt that, chicken. First of all, thank you, Rose. But yeah, I'll be back Friday. We're gonna start Pokapia.
The MVP.
Thank you, Doodles. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna start the new Pokemon game. I'm really excited. And then Saturday will be Elden Ring. So then if that's what you're here for, Saturday is Elden Ring. Thank you, Doodles. Thank you, Slade. Bye, Saves. Slade and Save sounded very similar to them. But look after yourself. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys on Friday. And have good somethings. Bye, D. Love you too, Demon. I will catch you guys Friday. Bye.